you know, I got all this zucchini at home. I should have brought it, and then threatened you and said, if you left your car open, we're going to put zucchini in. So that would be appropriate, wouldn't it? Welcome to this great forum that's been put together. Mayor Merrill, I think he's gone out to great lengths to welcome you into his city and his venue. We're grateful for those that have been prepared for this event. We've had many sponsors that have been involved. To look at the back of your program and thank those that have been involved in facilitating this program. This is a joint program between the Eastern Idaho Water Rights Coalition and the Sport Foundation. Been friends for many years and have enjoyed our relationship. The Eastern Idaho Water Rights Coalition about 20 years of being group, 501c3. We were put together the genesis that happened in important videos at Ball Ventures. We were struggling with water issues in Eastern Idaho and felt we needed representation that was a better advocate for Eastern Idaho. So here we are. We've grown up a little bit since then. We have a great program for you today. Recognize those that some of you, I'm hoping all of you have been able to register. There is a meal ticket in the back. Check to make sure if you're really lucky, you got a lottery ticket. No lottery, just meal tickets. The meal we'll get more involved in that, but we have a barbecue set up over at the tabernacle. We will walk over to the we're grateful for our legislating people that are attending. This is a very important topic. Genesis. Kirk, really, Kevin stepped up to the plate and said, "Look, something more about this." I've talked to quite a few people about this issue and said that, you know, this struggle with water supply. There's only two places you go to get water. Hard to manufacture water. We actually do that. Cloud seeding. We have clouds. We have water storage systems that have been put in place for almost 100 years, I believe. But water supply is pretty there's still water. So we're here today to discuss how we move forward. With that, I'm going to introduce our
Hello, everyone. Aaron and I co-facilitate the We're here to welcome you today. Watershed adoption. I just want to introduce a little bit about who the Watershed is. We are a grassroots problem solving. Currently, meetings are open to the public. are nonpartisan. We do not endorse projects on council without following rigorous. We host an annual conference in December. We noticed that today we're servers. Not more people here than we usually have at our water. This year we're excited to kind of a water rights coalition join for time water storage. We have an incredible teachers with I'd like to thank the Rexburg Cultural Arts for water rights. Within your one each of us have their own relationship with the water that brings us on behalf.
Can't morph it word call. So crowd's a little bit on this. We're going to introduce Senator Kirk was born in Spanish Fort, Utah. Spent most of his childhood attending public schools and sports and working on a family farm. What a great way to grow up. He earned a degree in computer science from Weber State University, where he met his wife. After years of pursuit, so they married, and they have been happily married for 35 years. Back at he got to the Idaho Falls. Get involved in they're the parents of 3 daughters. All with that, without further ado, we'll let you come up and thank you for that introduction. I actually have 6 grandkids now, and they are wonderful. They came over for Sunday dinner, and we're excited to see them come, and we're exhausted 2 hours later, and excited to see them go as well. So we love them. As Roger said, I grew up in Utah, in Spanish Fork, Utah, and just west of Spanish Fork, there was a small community farm by the name of Lake Shore. And we had a farm there, and we had the last dam on the Spanish Fork River. And since some of those years, there was only a little stream, just a trickle of water that would come down the river. And I would go out with my father, and we would work to dam off the Spanish Fork River. There was 3 sections to this dam, and each of them were 10 feet long. And we would have these rough top planks that were 3 inches by 12 inches by 10 feet. And they were heavy, especially when they got soaked in water. We would put those planks in. Now, on those years where there wasn't any water, we would get old carpet. We would line the planks down. And then we would go by the clock. We would put boxes in the top. That puts to save every single little drop of water. If we were leaking something, my job was to go down and find out why and to plug that hole up. We would back up the water and let it put 18 feet. Put the water out. And last year, when I sat down with farmers and I heard about this situation, where they had worked their ground, they had taken out loans, they had purchased seed, they had drilled the seed into the ground,
and it was starting to sprout then. And then they were told that the pump was going to be turned off. They were frustrated, and I was frustrated. But not as frustrated as I was when I later found out that we send about 1.5 to 2 million acres of water down the river out to the ocean. Now, some of that is by legal. We have, but not all of that. And I thought, but back to my youth days of plugging up those holes, we need to shore up and keep Idaho water in Idaho where we can use it. So with that, I armed myself with, I decided I need to go and do some research and find about Idaho water. I kind of knew about the Spanish Fork River, but I didn't know anything about Idaho water. And so I did some research. Oh, there we go. All right. So many of you saw this graph, and many of you might know all this information. I didn't. It was new to me, and I want to show you the path that I took. So this graph here kind of shows you the aquifer, this River aquifer, and the water that is in there. And so starting from about the 1900s to the 1930s, the rural reclamation, we began digging out and digging water out. During that time, thousands of feet of water out across the country. But after the post-World War II, the shift was to groundwater. Back up. During that time, in 1929, the Snake River Plain alone had 2.2 million acres that we were irrigating. 2.2 million acres. In the 1950s, when we started pumping out of the aquifer and sprinkling. And so we didn't have the incidental recharge like we had seen before, and our aquifer started dropping. And at that same time, we started farming about 3.1 million acres of irrigating acres. And that was in, again, the Snake River area. The average decline during this time was 215,000 acre feet of water per year, with a cumulative loss of 14 million acre feet during that time. So what I learned, and you can look at the chart, recharge helps. Recharge is proven. It is a good thing, and it works. But without storage, I believe we're bailing faster than we're filling, that we need storage as well. After looking at this graph, I had several people say, well, all we need to do is stop sprinkling and go back to flood irrigating and our problem will be solved. I had other people say the aquifer is so huge that we'll never run out, so I don't know what the big problem is. And I thought, I wish it was that simple. And you know it's not, and now I know that it's not as well. So moving on, okay. This graph here kind of shows you the number of acres that we are irrigating and how it has grown. We are irrigating more acres than we have when we first started. The idea of just stopping and sprinkling and flood irrigating is not going to happen. Plus, we are starting to build our homes in the valleys of the fertile ground that you use to farm, pushing agriculture out farther and farther, and sometimes on the benches and higher elevation. Last time I checked, I don't believe water flows uphill very well. And so a lot of that is we are sprinkling instead of flood irrigating. The next one, shrinking, next slide, was the shrinking snowpack. One of the best storages we have for water is snowpack up in the mountains. But if we're not, the snowpack supplies make up about 70% of our water. Less stored as snow means less lake water storage, less water coming down our rivers. our snowpack is inconsistent. Next slide. We're getting hotter summers, warmer winters. In Idaho, the degree since 1900 has risen 2 degrees. So basically what I learned was we're irrigating more acres. Many of our farms are being pushed up to higher elevation where they can't let irrigating or having to pump. We're losing some of the incidental recharge. The aquifer level is continues to fall. Summers are getting hotter and our winters are getting warmer. And we're still sending water down the river out into the ocean. So what do? Again, recharge is effective. We know that. We see that. We see the science. We know that recharging is a good thing when it works. But we can only do recharge if we have excess water. And so as I thought, okay, well, then we need to start storing excess water. Why aren't we storing that water that's running out to the ocean? And the simple reason is we are at maximum capacity to store water. We have nowhere else to store that water. And so we need to start storing water so that we can water later in the year with our junior water rights are not getting their water turned off in August and September. And we can recharge throughout the whole summer and later in the year as well. Excellent. So as I started digging, I found this map. And the more I dug, the more I found that there's a lot of information out there, that there is studies and plans that are in place, but we haven't used them. We haven't done anything with them. And we need to change that. We need to start working with that. So talks are in place. Let me just talk about a few of them. So the Teton Dam, many of you are familiar with that. It broke June 5th, the morning of June 5th, 1976. That'll be 50 years coming this June that it broke. 50 years ago, you didn't have a microwave in your home. Many of you didn't have a color TV. The technology has changed. 50 years. The Teton Dam would hold 288,000 acre-feet of water. So looking at some of the other options we've looked at the Island Park Reservoir, Henry's Fork area. We've looked at Lane Lake. Lane Lake there in the middle of the slide there holds 101, estimated 101 acre-feet of water. Problem with that is you got to pump the water out of the Teton River up the mountainside and back down into Lane Lake. But it's an option. You've got the Upper Badger Creek Dam. Again, these are future ones. There is no dams there. These are future ones, that options that we've looked at. The Upper Badger Creek Dam, this would have about 20 acre-feet of water. And then we got the Moody Creek Dam and Springfield Dam. Those are holding about 10,000 acre-feet of water if we look to follow those. We've also looked at raising the Jackson Lake Dam to ensure, and that would increase the capacity by 35 acre-feet of water. Raising the Minidoka Dam, 50,000 acre-feet. Raising the American Falls Dam, the capacity is already there, just up and stopping or pushing back another 3 feet. With the dam the way it is, we could raise another 35 acre-feet. You got the Minidoka Dam, you got the American Falls. So all of these are options. Options that have been explored, that have been planned, but we haven't moved forward with it. And that's where I think we need to do. Next slide, please. So on this one, just real quick, this is looking at some of those options, kind of looking at comparing them with the cost per acre for those dams. And lots of different prices. Again, I talked about the Lane Lake Dam. One of the reasons I assume that it costs so much is you're having to pump water up and over the mountain to fill that up. Next slide, please. This one's showing the storage capacity comparison. I'm sorry, cost per acre foot. I'm backwards on my slide. Sorry about that. Cost per acre foot on this one. The other one was the comparison. So the other one with the can we get the next slide? There we go. Storage. So the Teton Dam, depending on what paper you look at, is between 220,000 acre-feet of water and 288 acre-feet of water. So we kind of worked everything else in the slide off. But a lot of water that can be held back there. But don't discount the smaller ones as well. They all add up and they all work together in our system. So don't turn those off. Again, I am not here telling you to go build a Teton Dam no matter what. I am saying go study it, look at it, and you do it safe. The next slide. So this one was an interesting slide for me. It was it's in the Henry Ford Basin study final report back in January 2015. And maybe just to read part of it, it says, while local water users recognize there are significant environmental and social issues with the Teton Dam alternative that may prove insurmountable. They also note that the development of this reservoir could be valuable if a critical water supply shortage would have severe impacts on the economy of the region in the future. So let me go back up there. Local water users, that's you guys. That's the Idaho water users. And there are significant environmental issues that need to be addressed. But we addressed those 50 years ago, and we went ahead and built it. I believe we can address those issues today as well. Idaho is very transparent. We believe in talking and rolling up our sleeves and working together and figuring out compromises. I believe we could do that. It also talks about social issues. Well, yeah, there are some people that are very, very worried about rebuilding the Teton Dam and what happens if it breaks again. Again, that comes up with transparency. Sit down and talk about what are the technologies available with this and how can we build it safely this time. Talk, communicate what needs to happen. Valuable if a critical water supply shortage. Folks, you don't need me to tell you, we are there. And we are not getting anything better unless we do change some things. We're still headed in that direction. The last sentence there, the water users and the state. So these are Idaho water users. This is the state of Idaho. Support retaining this option for future studies should the water supply outlook change over the course of time. The water supply has changed. Agricultural is a huge economic boost for Idaho. Okay, we need water, we need agriculture. Next slide, please. So with this information, the last summer I talked to Southeast legislators, and many of them are here in this room. And I said, okay, we've got a problem. What are we going to do? And we talked about it. We come up with the idea that we needed to have a petition, that we needed to come up with Senate Joint Memorial 101. And that was passed unanimously in both houses. That doesn't happen very often. But we had full support throughout the state of Idaho if that was going to be passed. What does Senate Joint Memorial 101 does? It is not law. It is not a mandatory, but it is something that we uniquely say very strongly and together as the state of Idaho. We say, state of Idaho, our federal delegation, federal government, get your act together. Go figure out a way that we can start storing more water. And we specifically in that, we talk about the Teton Dam, that it is one of those options. It is true. Many say the canyon walls are porous, and that is true. It says, but we have 50 years of new technology. Modern methods like grout curtains, clay liners, and concrete cutoff walls can sure up and have done in the past porous canyon walls. We've also, the Senate Joint Memorial 101 also talks about raising existing dams for the Minidoka, Jackson Lake, and the Henry's Ford. It talks about new explorations of locations like the Moody Lake Dam and Lane Lake. So it looks at all options. It doesn't limit it. It says, go look at everything, update your plans, update your studies, and let's get moving. And so I naively thought that when this passed automatically, bulldozers would start moving, money would start coming in, and we would start having water backed up, and all our farmers would be jumping for joy. And it didn't happen. And so on a trip back to Washington, DC, I sat down and I talked with our federal delegation, with Fulcher and Grateful, Risch, and Simpson. And I told them about the Senate Joint Memorial 101, and they were aware of it. And they says, yes, great job, Senator Cook. Appreciate it. Thank you. I says, well, why aren't we doing something? And he says, well, we don't believe the state of Idaho is behind this. I said, really? And he says, yeah. I says, well, what do I do? He says, you need to make some noise. Now, that is not to give our federal delegation a black eye or a poke in the eye. You and I both know that they are 110% supporters of our farmers and of our water. They are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They represent us, and until they hear enough noise, they're not going to move for it. And so I came home from that. And I sat down and I talked with Senator Burton Shaw, Representative Furness, and Representative Raymond. And we discussed plans. And we pulled in Paul Arrington and discussed plans. Like, next slide, please. And out of that, we decided that we needed a petition that we could send to Washington, D.C. And on that petition, we needed 27,000 signatures of Idaho people. 27,000, that magic number, it's not really magic. We looked at the counties that were over the aquifer. And out of the total population of those that were over the aquifer, 5% of that is 27,000. And so 27,000 is the number. But we're working trying to get that. And so we came up with a website, www.keepidahowater.com. The QR code there, if you point your camera at it, it will take you to that site. And on that site, you'll see the petition. You'll see a place where you can sign up. You will see everybody else that has signed that petition. We have the good mayor from Rexburg, the mayor from Sugar City. We have Governor Little. We have a lieutenant governor's names. We have members of the Idaho Water Board on that. Right now, we're pushing 1,900 signatures. Far cry from the 27,000 we need. But we're getting there, and we need to get there and get all of them. Next slide, please. So, another thing out of that discussion was the idea of 750K by 2100, the year 21. What that means is that we wanted to stop looking short-sighted. No longer do we look at 3 to 5 years or 10 years, but we look out 50 years, 75 years, out to the year 2100. And the idea is that we get 750,000 acre-feet of water of new storage capacity. With that new storage capacity, that will allow us to recharge longer into the summer. It will allow our junior water rights users to water in August and September. It will stop sending so much water down the river and out into the ocean. And so we're looking forward. Now, how do we get there? Well, if you look at the beginning here, we have 110,000 acre-feet of water. By doing just raising the reservoirs, existing dams, we would get 110,000. The mid-sized new projects, on that way we could get 240 acre-feet. And those would be like the Moody Dam with the Badge Creek dams. And then on the major projects, one of those, of course, if it's safe and if we can do it, would be the Teton Dam. And other major projects as we start looking around the state to be able to store more water. Next slide, please. So my question is, what does success look like? First, I want to complete and update our Basin studies in 2 to 3 years. We can do that, but it's going to take a lot of work to get that to happen. Second of all, when all that's done, we want to prioritize, order, and see what ones we want to work on. And that's where our water board comes in. They have the big picture of the state of Idaho. I don't. I have blinders on. And as a Utah farm boy with water leaking, I see water leaking out and I see reservoirs doing that. They have the ability to look at the state as a whole. They have the money in their hands and to decide where we go with that. So they will organize that. The third one is start the regulatory process Start funding. We are not going to build a single dam in the state of Idaho, in my opinion, if we don't have some federal money coming in. That needs to start. So I'm hoping that in 5 years that we have that started. Number 4, I'm hoping in 10 years we have a major project started. And in 6 years, some of our minor projects that they're in the world. Number 5, we fill the pipeline. We get a project map. We say, okay, here's what we need to be with milestones all the way to the year 2100, which many of us might not be here by then. But I want you to think about it. This is looking out 75 years. I learned a little bit of history. You think of the American Falls, the city of American Falls. They moved their entire city up the mountainside. They moved their churches, their schools, their libraries, their homes. They moved it up the side of the mountain to make room for a 1.1 million acre feet reservoir of water. They were not looking down the road 3 years or 5 years. They were looking into the future. They were looking for us that we would have water. And one individual says, you know, you're just kicking the can down the road farther. Yes, we are. We're going to kick the can down the road farther because we're going to give our future generations water. And that's what we need to work on. And then, of course, the 6th one there is obviously see improvements. We're going to see some improvements on what we're doing. Last slide. Next slide, please. So back to the story of my youth. My father's sending me down in the water to plug the holes. We need to plug the holes. We need to plug the holes and keep the water in Idaho and not send it out in the ocean. We need that same mentality here. If you think Idaho should keep its own water and use it, then I'm asking you, go sign the petition. If you've already signed the petition, go get 10 of your neighbors to sign the petition. We need 27,000 signatures to go back and make some noise that we can get some water. I plan on hand delivering that petition and 27,000 acres or 27,000 signatures with the Southeast legislators. And I would hope that you would be there with me. Mark it on your calendar in November. Let's go to Washington, D.C., talk to our delegation and get this in the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Folks, we will have a question and answer section of this meeting, and we'll get opportunities to ask more questions. Our next speaker for this morning is Alan Jackson. Alan's been a good friend of mine for many years, and I looked up, although I don't physically look up to him, I look down on today. But Alan is probably, I consider him the bright bulbs in the water community. Alan's, well, he's, for lack of other things, Alan seems to take a lot of arrows too, because Alan's got he uses his knowledge and he sets the data very well in what is happening in the water world. And sometimes it's not a popular message that comes out. But in the end, we tend to get on the same page, and Alan has been one that helped shape the way the water community is going. So we're going to hear from Alan Jackson next, and he's going to give us some more ideas that he has. So without any further ado, Alan Jackson.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. And yeah, there's probably gonna be more arrows after this too. So. I noticed the program said that this is supposed to be a forecast of the mitigation plan. And if I could forecast what this is going to be like. I'll give it to you. I'll give you what we're seeing from the perspective of Bingham Groundwater District. I'm the manager of the Bingham Groundwater District. It's about 148,000 acres of irrigated groundwater irrigated ground out in the county. And we hold a unique geographical position. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But the biggest thing I get asked about the mitigation plan, new mitigation plan. People come in, they sit down, they look at me and they say, is this gonna work? Are we really gonna, is this gonna work? Or are we in 2028 gonna be back at the making national headlines and for all the wrong reasons? I guess the answer to that, this is my favorite quote. This was on a plaque that was hung in my house growing up. I always read this. It took me a long time before I figured out what it meant, but I actually went and found where it came from. This is a clip out of a Popular Mechanics article from 1935. No one ever would have crossed the ocean if they could have got off the ship in a storm. I think that's my answer to whether this plan will work or not. It has to live. We're on the ocean. We're out there. We can't get off, and we're all going to be in this together. So yes, it will work. So what does that mean? What are we trying to do? What is this plan actually trying to accomplish? What did we get together and spend all last summer doing in meeting rooms? Getting really tired of looking at each other's faces. That's not made some good things. What are we trying to do? Trying to stabilize the aquifer. And we're trying to mitigate the impacts of reduced resources. We're going to talk a little bit more about what each of these are and kind of the realities of what we're seeing, how we're going to mark the change here and how this will work. Aquifer stabilization. What is that? Where are we stabilized? We've got an aquifer span from Ashland to Hager. And that's a lot of room to try to keep track of. And there's a lot of things happening within that span of space. And there's a lot of interactions in that. The aquifer is defined in the consecutive management rule to define the aquifer as a conjunctive water supply that receives water from the Snake River and surface water supplies, and also puts water back into the Snake River and other surface water. So it's an interactive aquifer. This is not just a body of water that's sitting underneath our feet. It's moving. It's an active moving body of water. And one of the things I want to look at on here, and I'll probably get, again, here come the arrows. I put these numbers up there with a lot of trepidation because there's a lot that goes into what that means. But this is the aquifer level at a monitoring level in Atomic City. Atomic City is far out away from any of the irrigation, miles away from the irrigation supply, things like that. But it's a pretty good indicator of aquifer health in the middle, what I call the middle upper Snake aquifer area between American Falls and Manan. It's kind of the area that it would represent the best. And you can see over time what the aquifer level did, starting in about the 50s, we were in this area here. It's gone up and down, and it goes up and down with every irrigation season. All the way out there to Palm City, you can see the up and down during the irrigation season. You've seen it go up and down with trends in the weather. Now, you also see, over that time period, there was a marked increase in groundwater pumping. So there was an impact from the groundwater pumping as well. And that you start to see in the recovery. So you get in here to the mid 80s, we have the aquifer level at Atomic City, above up there in the above above American Falls area, reached its peak. I mean, it was as high as it ever was. And that's reflective of the reach gain. We'll talk about reach gains in a minute, but you see that aquifer level, and then 90s were horrible, early 2000s were horrible. We saw significant decline during those periods. With brief reprieve, 1997. I don't know if anybody ever remembers 1997. There's a lot of water. And then somewhat stabilization and then a decline. And then in 2017, and that was a lot. We saw a good increase, and then since then that dropped. Now, the reason I put this chart over here, when you look at the groundwater pumping that happens in the vicinity of this well, so what I consider to be the vicinity of this well is what's defined as Water District 120, basically goes from American Falls to the Rio. It's groundwater pumping within that area. And if you take into account the groundwater pumping, and this is just over the last 15 years, because that's as far back as I have here with the groundwater, 2010 on, if you look at the groundwater pumping in that vicinity compared to what the aquifer level does on a year-over-year basis, if you're pumping within that area, if we're pumping in the area of 1.9 acre-feet per acre, we're going to see a decline year-over-year on the aquifer. If we have a pumping year where we're down in the 1.6 acre-feet per acre, we've seen an increase in the aquifer. The reason I say this is going to get in big trouble because it's not just groundwater pumping. When we have a year where we're only using 1.6 acre-feet per acre on average in that area, there's a lot of precipitation down. And so there's a whole combination of things that are happening. But I think it is interesting to note that we do, there's a decent trend of what the aquifer will do, given at least some groundwater pumping, but what's happened as well. So again, the arrows fly. So what does the aquifer level mean to the reach gain? And what am I talking about when I talk about reach gain? Reach gain is a term that a lot of people aren't familiar with. On the Snake River, on any river system, you have reaches, and those reaches are typically defined by areas between gauging stations. USGS will have gauging stations on the river at various points down the river, and between those gauging stations, we call that reach of the river. And what we have right here is the near Blackfoot gauge, which if you're familiar with the area down there, it's by Tilden Bridge, near the Prairie View. Starting right there, and then ending at Neely, which is just a little bit downstream from American Falls. That's what we call the Blackfoot to Neely reach of the river. This reach of the river is significant, and it's probably the most significant component of surface water rights that are downstream of American Falls. The entities that form the surface coalition rely heavily on that water to both fill the reservoir and to supply natural flow during the irrigation season. And when you look at the orange line here is the aquifer level at Atomic City, and Atomic City. That orange line is the aquifer level of Atomic City. The blue line represents the reach gain. And I call it the ungauged reach gain is what I call this. So I'm trying to identify what's coming out of the ground. So I take out any surface water, important river, anything that is tributary in that area, and try to identify how much water is added to the river in that reach. And that's what we call reach gain. And that amount of water, like I said, that's a significant amount of water that happens right there. When you think of the springs on the ESPA, you think of Hager because they have those cliffs. We don't have any cliffs down there, but I can take you down to Springfield, and it's called Springfield for a reason. There is water coming out of the ground everywhere, and it's all flowing back into the river, even through the bottom of the river. Once you get below Blackfoot, there's water gushing out of the ground. And to the tune of historically in the area of 200,000, well, up to 200,000 acre feet a year, on average about 1.8 million, 2 million, sorry. On average about 1.8 million acre feet a year. Today, that average is closer to about 1.4 million. So you can see the reach gains in this area decline with the aquifer level. And that's an outline of the groundwater district, but that's what I had today and last night. So that's what we're trying to stabilize. Let me go back to this a little bit. So with the settlement agreement, with the mitigation plan, sorry, I was actually gonna clarify that. This is not settlement agreement. This is a mitigation plan here. Semantics. But with the settlement agreement, we agreed to pumping units. Groundwater users agreed to accept pumping units. That's what this is all about. And that's what these numbers are about. And the reason I'm somewhat encouraged by the plan we have in place is that our pumping limit, especially so Bingham Groundwater District, that pumping limit amounts to about 1.65 acre feet per acre allowed to irrigate. I think there's really good empirical data that shows that we're probably going to see some results from that if we can maintain that pumping limit. So I think there's hope in that that's a hard limit to meet, 1.65 acre feet per acre on average in our district. The realities of it are we've already had one farm sell because they know they can't make that limit because of the operation that they are. At least one. So there are changes and there are going to be hard changes that are happening with this plan. And nobody likes to see those kind of things happen. But realities are what they are. And our farmers understand realities better than anybody probably. And there is a limited water supply and we have to live with it. So that's the pumping limit part. That's stabilization of the aquifer. The next part is mitigate the impacts. And what impacts are we talking about? Well, here's the reach gain, the Blackfoot and Ely reach gain from 1918 until the mid 1980s was really consistent. We started seeing more fluctuation, since the 50s, but it was still fairly consistent over that time period. And then, as I showed before, we had these significant drops in the 90s and early 2000s, and now we're down in this area. So this is the impact right here. When we're talking about what's the impact, it's about 400,000 acre feet a year. So if we want to eliminate that completely, we're talking about a guaranteed change of 400,000 acre feet a year in the aquifer. Well, when you look at groundwater pumping, that equates to about 200,000 acres. So if that is the only way to solve this problem, then the consequence is going to be pretty dire economic. But what we came to last year was an agreement to say, all right, yeah, we have this reduction in the reach point. That's real. However, most years, a lot of years, I'd say most years, there's still enough water for everybody. We're incredibly blessed. We're recognized as a water-rich area. I know, given all the fights that have happened, some people might not believe that, but this is a water-rich area and we have a lot of resources. And most of the time, there's still enough water to support everything that we have. Sometimes in a dry year, especially in consecutive dry years, surface water users downstream of American Falls will suffer greatly because of this reduced water supply. And there needs to be a balance that happens. And that's what groundwater users agreed to, and surface water users came together. And I don't want to say that, what we actually came to last year was an understanding of one another, I think, more than anything. We both sides really came to understand one another better, I guess, as well. That's all. And we decided we're going to try to figure out how do we make up the difference. And so the agreement right now says the groundwater users will provide up to 75,000 acre-feet of surface water storage every year. Through 2026. That's the maximum through 2026. The only way we have to accomplish that is through surface water storage. So we go to a canal company or an irrigation district that has a contract with Bureau of Reclamation for reservoir space, and we say, hey, if you don't need all of your reservoir storage this year, we want to lease some of that from you. And so we can make these lease agreements with these companies and secure water that we then deliver to the surface water board. And as I said, the only way we have to do that right now is these storage leases. One of the things that we're going to be 2 minutes. I get very about that. I always talk, I'm going to think of. One of the things that we need to be very careful of, we have that storage water secured for this year. We've met that agreement term this year. We also have a reservoir system that is going to be substantially impacted. And so if we're totally reliant on using solely reservoir storage to meet that mitigation term, next year is going to be a scary year. And any year that's a consecutive dry year is going to be a scary year for us, because we may have the reservoir storage to lease. No matter how much we want to pay for it, it may not be there. And so how do we meet that term? Well, we're working on some alternatives to that, and the alternatives are provided for in mitigation of that, to be able to secure natural flow of water. So what's the difference between natural flow? Natural flow is just water that's flowing down the river. It's not stored anywhere. It's just the natural flow of the river. And we have some of these water rights up in the Blackfoot area that are old enough that they rarely ever lose their priority date, meaning they never have to use any storage because they've always enough natural flow in the river to supply those. We're trying to figure out ways where we can make use of those water rights while maintaining the viability of the canal companies they belong to, and be able to take that water and use that as mitigation water for the surface water flow. And there's mutual agreement on I think mutual agreement on both sides. We're working through the details, but there's hope for that. If I want to go back to the reach gains we were talking about. 2023 was a banner year for reach gains, and in that it was the lowest year ever. And so there are provisions in the plan that say if the reach gains in 2026 are at least as good as 2023, then our mitigation requirement will be still 75,000. If those reach gains in 2026 are less than they were in 2023, then our mitigation obligation automatically goes up to 80,200 acres, or 82,500 acres. And there will be forthcoming discussions to decide what happens in 2028. So again, this is really us coming together to the table to figure this out. And I guess my time is up, but I am optimistic. This plan has to work. There's no other option for us than to work together and make this work.
Thank you, Alan. It's an honor of mine to introduce Dr. Rob Van Kirk with the Henry Sport Foundation as the next speaker. To do that, I thought to set his talk up just a little bit more, I thought I'd introduce myself a little bit better. As mentioned before, my name is Aaron Dallin. I am the manager of Fremont-Madison Irrigation District. We deliver supplemental storage water to about 280,000 acres in Fremont-Madison, Teton County. So as such, we work really closely with Rob Foundation to try to maximize flows of the river system, the reservoir, which would benefit both irrigation and the fishery. I wanted to mention that Rob has really kind of gained the trust, Rob has gained the trust of us as an irrigation district, as he presents the data as it is without bias, or his position, or the foundation position. We really appreciate it. With that, I think I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Rob, senior scientist with the Henry Sport Foundation.
Great, thank you, Aaron. What's that? Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron, for the introduction and for for inviting me here today, all the organizers of this event. So I'm gonna get right into it here. Let's see if I can get the clicker to work. Okay, you got it over there, so I can use the clicker. All right, so I'm gonna get right into it. I'm gonna give a 3-hour short course in 40 minutes as best as I can. I'm gonna talk about 4 things. Hydrology, how wet water, the physical water, moves through the upper Snake River Basin system. I'm gonna talk briefly about water rights. That's what we call paper water in this business. How those two combine to actually affect management of the river on a day-to-day basis. And then, given the topic at hand today, I'll spend a little more time on reservoir operations and potential for storage than I would normally do. Okay, this presentation, Aaron, thanks for setting this up. This is just facts of science, law, and administration as they are today. Because I talk about something doesn't mean I think it's a good idea or a bad idea. It's just the way things are. And I will also emphasize that this is how things are today, not saying that some of these administrative things or legal frameworks couldn't change in the future. I'm going to show a few graphs. I'm glad the previous speakers warmed you up with some graphs. I'm a mathematician by training. I always have some graphs. I'll try to keep them to a minimum, but all the graphs you see today, the data came directly from the Idaho Department of Water Resources Water Rights Accounting Database, just freshly downloaded on Sunday. And that's all the data that I will present. Go back. I will say that other sources, Water District 1 Procedures Manual that was written by former Water Master Tony Olmachak is a great source of information. Other information on the IDWR website and reams of agreements, orders, biological opinions, scientific literature, and things that I've read over the 30 years of being in this business. So, Upper Snake River Basin, let's define it. It's the headwaters to King Hill. The orange polygon there, that's the Henry's Fork Watershed. Got a gold star where we're sitting here in Rexburg. Now, I'm going to refer to several locations throughout the presentation. Milne Dam, that's the downstream most point of surface water diversion in the Upper Snake River Basin. That's an important location. King Hill, that's the USGS gauge downstream of all of the return flow that comes back into the river from the aquifer. And then Swan Falls Dam, for reasons that you'll learn about in a minute, you don't know about them. And by the way, Swan Falls Dam is just south of downtown Boise. Okay, so here's like 45 minutes worth of a hydrology course that I keep in one slide. And our climate here, obviously it's dry, it's almost desert or semi-desert way down here on the plain. Maybe you get 20 inches of rainfall or precipitation on the bench areas. The only place we really get substantial precipitation is in the mountains, 20 to 60 inches a year. Of course, it's really cold in winter, it's really hot in the summer. One of the most important points about climate here is that evapotranspiration, so that's like evaporation, for example, off a lake or a reservoir, and transpiration, that's what plants use, take up out of the through their roots during the growing season. ET, for short, evapotranspiration, exceeds precipitation during the growing season. What that means is essentially none of the rain that falls in the growing season contributes to our water supply. It just gets taken up by ET. Agriculture, the reason we're in the room here, I don't need to talk about any of this. You all know all this stuff, except to point out that the evapotranspiration of most crops that we grow in this area is between 16 and 40 inches or even higher. So compare that to the 10 or 12 inches of precipitation we get, and it's pretty obvious that irrigation is required. We would not have the agricultural production we have in Idaho and Upper Snake Basin without irrigation. And the other part of this is that our water supply, as Senator Cook said, comes from snowpack. It really doesn't come from any other source. Here's a graphical depiction of what that water supply looks like. Alan mentioned natural flow, and that's what Water District 1, what the water managers describe as what would be in the river in absence of the storage reservoirs and diversions. So on the horizontal axis, this is the irrigation year, runs from November 1st to October 31st. On the vertical axis is flow in tens of thousands or in thousands, I guess I got on this one of cubic feet per second. CFS of 20, for example, is 20,000 cubic feet per second. This is our natural flow availability. This is what would be in the Snake River at Milner Dam. Remember, I said that was the downstream-most point of surface water diversion. And this is what we would see in the Snake River. And you can obviously see that there's this big peak during snowmelt in June. It tapers off pretty rapidly after that. We get to what we call base flow, kind of the river's base level in the late summer, all through the fall and winter until April, and we start to get to the snowmelt system. That's our water supply. Here's total diversion for irrigation in the basin. Essentially zero in the winter, a little bit, but not much. The peak diversion happens out there in mid-July, and then tapers off this time of year. And it's really important. The orange line, which is diversion, that's demand, irrigation. The surface water system exceeds supply for a good chunk of the summer, kind of mid-July till mid-October. So what does that mean? That means there's no way we could support this irrigated agriculture without storage. And here's our storage system at a little over 4 million acre feet, which is about 40% of that natural flow supply. That's our irrigation reservoir system, stores about 40% of the water available. This is oh, great, all right. So Island Park, Henry's Lake, Grafton Lake, Jackson, those are sort of like water reservoirs, American Falls, and Walcott, which you don't know, it's behind the Minidoka Dam. I'll probably use Minidoka, use Walcott as a location. Those are the lower reservoirs. Palisade is sort of in the middle of a catch-all reservoir. There's a lot of stuff that I'm talking about today. And then Ryrie is kind of an add-on much later, 7. So I will later on talk about the potential for new storage at Island Park, because you're all familiar with it, Teton Dam for obvious reasons, Jackson Lake for obvious reasons, and then I will also talk about the potential for storage at American Falls and Minidoka, all of the well. Okay, if you look at the maximum system storage over the last 25 years, you can see that, oh, maybe in 10 years out of those 25, we actually filled the reservoir system or close enough to call it full. Paper water and physical water, I'll talk about, aren't necessarily the same thing. Very often, the physical reservoir system doesn't quite get to its maximum 4.1 million acre feet capacity, but the water rights generally accrue to all the storage rights holders. A little bit later about how it works, but there's a lot of years when the system does not fill. Okay, real quick on groundwater. I think Alan pretty much covered all this, but Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer sits over the top of the basin, actually sits underneath it, and water flows generally from northeast to southwest. These 2 kinds of flow pathways. The one on the south side here is exactly Blackfoot, the Neely Reach game. That, thank you, Alan, saving me some time right there. That you talked about the other pathway, of course, by the plains and discharges back into the river in the South Springs area. Water gets into the aquifer, is recharged, used to form mechanisms, irrigation seepage that's been mentioned already, river channel seepage, river leaks in some places into the aquifer. Precipitation can add a little bit, and then manage recharges, Kirk pointed out. And all of the water in the aquifer eventually it discharges back into the river, generally at one main point. Groundwater has declined. Alan showed us a particular graph. I'm not showing graphs on this, but in many areas, it's not universal. It depends on where you are in the aquifer. And also in some of the tributary aquifers, for example, Teton Valley aquifer, we generally can see declines in areas of headwater aquifers as well. And there's 3 reasons generally, and in order of importance and magnitude here. Number 1 is irrigation efficiency. That's the conversion from flood to sprinklers, from ditches to pipes. Now, kind of a medium second is groundwater pumping and development, and then lots of irrigated agricultural land system, as pointed out, locally can decrease groundwater levels. Okay, that's about all I'm saying about physical water. I'm on to paper water already. That was an hour's worth of normal course. We are in a prior appropriation system here in the state of Idaho, along with 18 other states in the kind of high plains in the west. First and right, we're all aware of of that concept for doling out water. So whoever claimed that water earliest has first right to it before anyone junior can get any water. Beneficial use is part of the prior appropriation system. You have to have a beneficial use associated with that water right, or it's not a water right. There's a whole bunch of beneficial uses, irrigation, obviously, domestic use, stock water, whatever. Groundwater recharge is important. There's a beneficial use for that. And then there is storage, and there are various opportunities for storage under water right. You can store for irrigation, and then later the irrigation district, like Aaron's district, can use that water to irrigate from storage. We can store water for managed recharge and use it from storage later on. And then there's a use it or lose it. Everybody likes to make the big deal out of that. That the forfeiture thing basically was established early on to prevent speculation, and essentially legally, if you don't use water right at least once in 5 years, it's subject to forfeiture. In reality, that doesn't happen really very often. You know, I'll talk about one. You know. Key elements of the water right. The water belongs to the state in Idaho and in most western states, and the water right is a right for private use of that water that belongs to the state. It is a property right, but it's usufructuary, right? James, I know you like to use that word, James Beckelo, IDWR. The right may be used only when the water is available. When your water right is out of priority, that water is not available to you. You don't have the right to use it when supply gets too low. Then there's a bunch of other stuff. You can go look up any water right in the state, in the water rights database, and you'll see all of these things, like the benefits of use, the fees and use, and so forth. Arguably, the priority date is the most important of these. So let's look at priority dates and kind of get a gauge on what's a senior right, what's a junior right. The oldest right in the state belongs to the Northwest tribes. Obviously, that's not here in the upper basin, but downstream, as has priority date as of its treaty with the U.S. government to establish this reservation. The Shoshone-Bannock tribes have a bunch of large water rights, again, with priority date as of the creation of their reservation. When we talk about senior rights in the upper valley, so that's upstream of American Falls, generally 1870s to 1880s, these are rights that even like this year, in a very dry year, will remain in priority. There's enough water to fill those rights almost all summer, every year. Junior rights up here are after 1890. Those are rights that even in an average year, they're going to run out at some point later in the season, and those users would then need to rely on storage to finish their crop. In between the 1880s, 1890s, it depends on the water year. Sometimes what's in priority, sometimes not. Senior surface water rights in the Magic Valley, however, are 1900 to 1905. Now, how come a much later priority is considered senior in the Magic Valley? Fortunately, Alan told you exactly why. It's because of all that reaching that comes into the river between Blackfoot and Neely. It adds a huge amount of water supply that's available at the bottom of the system that's not available if you're an irrigator diverting off the Teton River, for example, or the Fall River in Aaron's district. Okay, storage rights have priorities, most of them between 1906 and 1939. I'll dig into that in more detail in a minute. Most of the groundwater irrigation rights are from the 50s through the 80s. And then most of the groundwater recharge rights are from 1980 up till they're even today. You know, there's water rights 2024 prior to that. Kind of gives you an idea of the priority here. This is when I started first teaching this course in like 2002. I had a very short list. A lot of this stuff hadn't happened when I first started studying water rights administration. And the list in my longer course is like 3 slides long now. I cut it down to like my top 12. The Idaho Water Resource Board didn't even exist until the 1960s. It was created by the legislature, and the first action was to produce the first state water plan, which essentially exerted the state's authority to manage its own water under some threat at the time that California was looking for water elsewhere, and Idaho needed to get its act together. And so that was the first water plan in 1942. In 1984, there was a settlement agreement between the state and Idaho Power that among other things, guarantees a minimum flow, and I'll show you that on a map in a couple minutes here, at the Swan Falls Power Plant. That's why I put Swan Falls in that first map. 1992, Snake River salmon were listed under the Endangered Species Act, the ESA. I'll have that abbreviation again. 1993, there was a moratorium on new groundwater irrigation on the ESPA when people realized that, as Alan showed us, the aquifer was starting to decline. In 1994, a set of rules for conjunctively managing, like we use the word conjunctive, meaning groundwater and surface water managed together. Those were promulgated in 1994. Skip some stuff, go to 2009. The state developed an comprehensive aquifer management plan for the Eastern Snake Pine Aquifer. 2012, there have been several revisions of the state water plan, but the 2012 revision was notable because it reaffirmed the Swan Falls Agreement and what is known as the two rivers concept, namely that we try to minimize the amount of water that goes past Milner Dam, that water being available for use in the upper basin, and that gains to the river from return flows from Thousand Springs tributaries downstream of Milner Dam are sufficient to meet Swan Falls and other needs further downstream. 2014, the Snake River Basin adjudication was completed. It was started in 1987, by the way, as a condition of the Swan Falls settlement. You'd think 27 years to complete an adjudication, that seems like forever. I will tell you that no other state has ever done that, and we did it 27 years. Some states have been working on adjudication for a century, and we finished the entire Snake River Basin in 27 years. And in fact, the state is on track to adjudicate every single basin in the state in the next, I don't know, 10, 15 years maybe, which will be completely unprecedented anywhere in the West. What adjudication means is every single water right that has ever been claimed on a napkin, on via a permit application, any claim to water has been looked at and reviewed by the court. And at that time is when forfeiture did occur. There were some water rights that just didn't quite make it through that process. And because the Snake River Basin is fully adjudicated, we don't have a lot of room for forfeiture. That's why I say that doesn't really apply anymore once the adjudication was completed. Alan mentioned the current 2024 settlement agreement and mitigation plan between groundwater and surface water users. There was another one in 2015 that this one replaced. I don't have to say any more on that. In between, in 2022, the director of IDWR issued an order, essentially put a moratorium on new water rights upstream of Swan Falls. There's some acceptance. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then in 2025, I can't leave this off, the legislature passed a law that changed the way domestic wells are handled. And just it's worth mentioning that made my top 12, and I'm not going to talk about it. Okay, water rights accounting. Now we're at how paper water and wet water combine to actually determine how much water is in the river at a given point on a given day during the irrigation year. So basically, it's how first defined and first right is actually interpreted and applied. It's administered by water districts, and water district 1 in this case is the one relevant. It administers all the surface water in Henry's Fork, Teton, Main Snake River, a few of the tributaries upstream of Milner Dam. Craig Chandler is the current water master. He's in the audience today. All water rights from Headwaters to Milner are a single system, and that's extremely important to know. That Headwaters of Teton, Headwaters of the Henry's Fork, Fall River, Jackson Lake, whatever it is, that's the same system as the surface water coalition entities that divert water from the river down to the coast. Okay, groundwater and surface water administered together. I won't say much about this except for in the surface system, it's pretty easy to see when the creek goes dry. It's pretty easy to see when the reservoir goes dry. Day to day, you can measure the water. Craig Chandler could probably in 30 minutes look on his phone and tell us what the natural flow supply is right this minute. And juniors, it's obvious. They quit diverting when the water rights out of priority. Maybe they switch from natural flow to storage. Once they're out of storage, that's easy to measure because you can measure the reservoir every day. Then they're completely out of water. Groundwater use is not limited by supply. There's a lot more water in the aquifer than Senator Cook showed in that diagram, that's the water that's sort of above the river level that we watch come and go with changes in irrigation practices and the factors that Alan mentioned. There's a whole bunch of water under there. In theory, you could drill a deeper well and there's a bunch of water. So it's not the same as somebody in Teton Valley and that creek goes dry. They got to quit diverting, obviously. Groundwater doesn't work that way. It's just not possible to measure the amount of aquifer, the water in the aquifer in real time. It's even hard enough to do it once a quarter, which is what IDWR does. Groundwater surface water interactions are calculated with a computer model. By definition, not perfect, right? Useful, but maybe not perfect. And so, as Alan pointed out, most of what we do for administering groundwater and surface water together is done through mitigation plans that grew out of these settlement agreements. Enough said about that. Thank you, Alan, for saving me. Alan. All right, here's where what we came to talk about with the reservoir system. So the rest of my time will be spent on that. What are the guidelines? Well, the first guideline is store water as high in the system as possible. I mentioned Henry's Lake, Island Park, Grassy Lake, Jackson. Those are the highest ones in the system. They're the hardest to fill because they're so far upstream in the watershed. And if we needed that water later on, you can always move it downhill. Water does flow downhill in this system. Raft the reservoirs only as much as needed to meet diversion, and there's a few stream flow targets along the way that I'll talk about. Certainly seasonally, flood risk management, dam safety, winter ice constraints, those kind of things obviously come into play at times, usually during winter and spring, and your reclamation have to pay attention to that. That will often dictate small changes in reservoir management. But still, the number one thing is drafted reservoirs only as much as needed to meet demand, and targets and no more than that. There's a list of other stuff here: hydropower, fish, wildlife, recreation. Those are all subordinate. Hydropower is subordinate in the legal sense. The other resources may not even have a legal authorization for a given storage reservoir. Those things may not even be relevant from a legal standpoint, although reclamation and irrigation districts try as best they can to take those into account, as Darren said, that most important thing, though, is that wet water, paper water are not the same. So here's a visit to the teacup diagram again, the system. Most reservoirs have multiple water rights in them with different priority dates, but these are the ones that generally drive fill of the system during the fall and winter. And so the most senior storage rights are in Jackson and Walcott, at completely opposite ends of the system. And then everybody else is kind of in between, with American Falls being the most senior of the rest of them. And then there's all these 1930s ones in Palisades, Grassy Park. What this means is, let's take Island Park. Island Park will store physical water, wet water, from about mid-September until first June, mid-June, right? All that time it's getting physical water. Water's being stored there. That water could have been sent downstream, except for we try to store it in the system as possible. Most of the time, all the way through fall and winter and spring, the Island Park water right, which is junior to American Falls, is not in priority. All that water that's being stored in Island Park all winter and spring belongs to the water rights in American Falls. Other examples of that happen all the time. Physical and paper water are not the same thing. In particular, Grassy, Island Park, and Palisades cannot accrue water to their space holders until all of the American Falls right is full, regardless of where in the system that water actually is. Really important point. Okay, I mentioned stream flow targets. I'm going to give you a brief tour of that. Here's a target we have on the North Fork Teton River, downstream of the Teton Island Feeder Canal. Those of you who live here know where that is, up in the Sugar Cities, the point of diversion. And there's a water rights accounting reason why during the summer the flow target is zero. It's literally zero. The reason being that Teton Island here is the last canal on the North Fork Teton with storage rights. Any water that escapes that point during storage use is charged to them, but they can't use it because they let it go downstream. So there's an accounting reason why there's a target of zero that Aaron and Teton Island Feeder pay close attention to during the summer. Here's a couple of management targets, 350 CFS in Henrysville, Parker, 2,000 at Blackfoot. These are sort of rules of thumb that managers have figured out over the years, actually are good guidelines for not sending any headwater reservoir storage out that's not absolutely necessary. Those can be tweaked a little bit, but those are just rules of thumb. This 2,000 Blackfoot's been around as long as I have in this business, 31 years. I learned that from Mike Buse, who worked for Reclamation back then. And that's a good rule of thumb. So these are not hard requirements, but they are targets that help managers manage the system most efficiently. At Minidoka Dam, there is a biological opinion related to snails that are listed under the Endangered Species Act for about 400 CFS. That biological opinion calls for release from Minidoka for the Minidoka to Nona Reach. Here's that Two Rivers concept policy, try for zero flow at Nona can. Here's the Swan Falls. That's a legal agreement, 5,600 CFS in winter, 3,900 in summer. And then I put the 427,000 acre target in the lower Snake for salmon flow augmentation. That comes out of the Boise, the Payette, and the upper Snake combined. The upper Snake here, that has been in the neighborhood of 150,000 to 200,000 acres a year. And it's on a sliding scale based on water supply. There's a whole bunch of targets, a lot of which live outside the Basin downstream Roma that come into play there. So let's go back to that hydrograph. The blue line is our supply, the orange line was open. And now light blue is water we store in the reservoirs, primarily in the fall and the winter, and a little bit during the peak of snow melt in the spring. Generally, April kind of a wash. We're not usually able to store any water because irrigation demand comes on and natural flow roughly equals supply during the time. When we use that water out here, look carefully. You will see some white stuff. That's apparently water we have in the system that's natural flow that was not stored. You will also know that in the late summer, it looks like we actually deliver more storage than is actually needed to meet the difference between demand and supply, the difference between the orange and blue curves. So there's something else going on here. Let me color those in. The green here is water that spills past Noma Dam that would be available for use in the upper basin, either as managed recharge or storage or some combination thereof. Then there's this black stuff out here in the summer. That's water that's past Noma Dam, flows past Noma Dam. That's not available for use in the upper basin under current legal and administrative arrangements. That's the salmon flow augmentation water that Senator Kirk mentioned. There's some obligations we have downstream, and that's one of them. And then Idaho Power has some storage in American Falls Reservoir that it releases in the summer for power generation. So there is some storage that goes out of the basin, stored past Milner is what the water analysis calls it. And that is unavailable to us for development in the upper basin. Okay, interesting, Senator Cook's number, 750,000 acre feet. That actually is the arithmetic mean, the average of this water right here. This actually shows you how much flow past Milner Dam is actually available for new storage. It doesn't count the snail ESA flow, doesn't count Idaho Power storage, doesn't count flow augmentation. This is what would be available for new storage in the basin. And if you take the average, it actually is 750,000 acre feet. If you're into statistics, the median, on the other hand, is only about 250,000 acre feet, meaning that in the average year, there's less than 250,000 acre feet. You can clearly see in many years, there's almost nothing available for new storage. And then in some years, like 2011, there was enough, we could have almost filled the reservoir system we have twice. And that's the way the water supply gets doled out to us. It's not a nice uniform amount year in and year out. If you look at where that water originates, I color-coded this by the water that originates at or upstream of the various reservoirs, then so the warmer colors from bottom to top, those reds and pinks and stuff. That's Island Park, Teton, Jackson. Then the aqua color, whatever that thing is what originates between those three headwater storage reservoirs, Pan American Falls Dam And then the very top is just a little bit more that enters the system between American Falls and Minidoka. It's not much. What you can clearly see here is in some years, there's essentially none to be stored in Island Park, Teton, Jackson. There's always at least a little bit available at American Falls. And in those bigger years, the vast majority is available at American Falls, but not available at those three headwater reservoirs. That's the take home method in this. Okay, so I'm gonna now look at irrigation year 2024 because it's fresh in our minds. We know a bunch of water spilled past the owner that year. I want to look exactly at how that went, so we can get a real concrete example of what this looks like in a given irrigation year. So the light green is water that is available for managed aquifer recharge, but would not be available for storage because it originates downstream of Minidoka. It's already at the bottom of the system. We can't store that in the upper basin, but it could be available for managed recharge. I do want to point out there's a whole bunch of it here during the spring. How come that water couldn't be captured for managed recharge? Because the same canals that deliver that managed recharge water also deliver irrigation water. And in April and May, they're carrying irrigation water, and we don't have the infrastructure to pile managed recharge on top of the need for irrigation conveyance in those canals. So that's water that would be available for managed recharge between Minidoka and Miller if we had different infrastructure in that part of the basin. The dark green, that's available for new storage. That if we had storage capacity in the upper basin, and in this particular year, most of it would have had to have been in American Falls or Minidoka, because in that year, most of the reason we had a full reservoir system was because the southerly basin was really wet, Portland and Blackfoot, huge snowpack. A lot of water came into the system at the bottom. Meanwhile, in the Henry's Fork and Upper Snake, we had kind of an average, if not even below average snowpack. So that water is available. It was amounted about 600,000 would have been available for new storage in irrigation in 2024. Here's that black stuff that's not available. It's flow that went past the owner, not available for new storage. In that particular year, salmon flow on 70,000 acre feet, and Idaho Power has 45,000 acre feet in American Falls that it sent down after the salmon flow. So that's water that did go past the owner, not available for new storage. So conclusions, especially if you're, what are the kinds of things that one would consider in new storage? Well, go back to the first thing. Snowpack is our water supply. This is the conclusion that I put on my slide. No matter what audience I'm talking to, and no matter how I do this, snowpack's our water supply. So new storage would have to be located in places and be able to store water at times during the snowmelt peak, because that's when we usually have some extra. And it's not going to change the water supply. It just gives us more ability to move it around differently in the basin. New storage would have to have water rights, and then those would have to, at least on paper, be consistent with the 2022 moratorium. However, that moratorium explicitly mentioned that managed aquifer recharge would be considered for new water rights. It's a non-consumptive use, but certainly, I think storage from for managed recharge would be something that would be consistent with the 2022 moratorium. Then you can see we got this kind of dichotomy. Do we store as high in the system as possible, or do we store where we have the ability to store more water more often? And that's pretty much the trade-off between the small headwater reservoirs and large, say, at Minidoka. And then I will point out there are some obligations, legal and otherwise, that stakeholders, politicians here from Idaho Fish and Game, they have some resources down through the dam. There are other stakeholders in the state of Idaho, valid stakeholders with valid concerns that happen to be between Miller Dam and the confluence of the Clearwater River, and consider those important to statewide storage. Okay, I think I don't know if that was good enough. Close enough. You're welcome. Yeah. Let me explain where these numbers came from. This is physical water. This is not paper water. My interpretation of all this is you can figure out the paper water with the right water rights because we can store anybody's water in any reservoir, right? So we could sort out the paper water if we had water rights that were consistent with the moratorium. The way this graph was created was I looked at this green water. This is the water that's available for storage. And I actually looked at it year to year in the hydrograph on a daily basis, again, from the water rights counting database. This is when physical water is available for new storage. Then I went to each of those 5 locations and I looked at natural flow at those locations during that time period where water was stowing at Millman. So this is physical water availability, not paper water. This is just new. So here's the sum. This is the amount we have upstream in Minidoka. This is where it comes from, upstream in Minidoka. And I didn't double count stuff like obviously the Jackson water could be stored in there. Well, the Island Park water, Teton, those are additive. Those add on to each other. They're different. What that could have been stored in American Falls. Then the light blue is what is gained between those 3 and American Falls Dam, and then that top slide is the additional amount you gain in American Falls. So this is physical water. So these bars have exactly the same height as that previous one. And on average, they add up to that green polygon in the hydrograph. Make sense? Sort of.
In the context, and I'm trying to boil it down. Tell me, does that tell us that with them, the water is available for that store?
Yeah, and that's my concluding question, which is, do we adhere to store as high in the system because you can move it downstream? Or do we put our money where we have the greatest opportunity to capture the most water most often? I did this exact same, Christina Morissette, and I did this exact same analysis for the managed recharge program for the water board back in 2015. And we had it turned out to be the same calculation. You can develop managed recharge that you can use only half the year, but there's this consistent supply between Minidoka and Millman that's available year in and year out. And the water board, of course, has put, they certainly developed recharge traps in the Upper Basin, but the first and foremost, the lowest hanging fruit was that stuff between Minidoka and Millman because it was consistent. There every year, they can count on it. You can invest in infrastructure and know that it's going to be put in use every year. So I got the same answer. You're welcome.
All right, thanks again, Rob. So we are now to our break. We have a short break and a lot of people, but we're already a little bit behind, so we're going to hold you to it. So let's be back in our seats in 10 minutes. We'll start again at about 10:44. Thank you. Give you just a minute to do that. We could all find our seats again, please. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh. Okay, have just another minute while we figure out a presentation. Just a second. You guys all did great at getting back in your seats, but we're still missing our speaker, so just a second. Ah, there he is. Okay, I'll go ahead and introduce our next couple of speakers. It's kind of a privilege to introduce a lot of people that I really look up to today. We have Cynthia Clark here and Mike Hilliard here to talk about the Henry Ford Basin study. For those of you who don't know, a basin study is a big deal. It's a lot of work. It takes several years to complete. We really appreciate Cynthia with the Idaho Water Resource Board and Mike Hilliard with the Bureau of Reclamation. Who funded the study and keeping out. I know Cynthia is really kind of a resident expert and looked into a lot of the alternatives in depth. Mike wasn't here at the time, and I'm sure he spent a lot of time with the study. With that, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Mike. Are you starting? Well, Aaron said I'm Mike Hilliard. Burley area, Upper City Field Office, Bureau of Reclamation. Been in this area going on 8 years now. I really appreciate it. Grew up in the area. Really, prior to Idaho. Very often. Excited to be here today. Excited to talk about. Like Aaron said, I wasn't here during the Fort Basin study, but reviewed it on a whole bunch of other stuff that are out there, and hopefully have some good knowledge and insights to share. Things. And Cynthia is doing this presentation alongside me. She'll get more into some of the technical details
Right? So I wanted to first kick off and start with what is a basin study? A basin study is a really comprehensive, collaborative study that takes place. There's been quite a few of them that have existed within the Bureau of Reclamation, but it really is an item that but it really either looks for new storage opportunities, it looks for maybe imbalances in the system. There's a really heavy focus on trying to figure out what the water supply and the water demand is. And then it looks for the different trade-offs and imbalances that can take place. Sometimes they're really large and expansive, and sometimes basin studies are smaller. A couple key points of what basin studies do not do. So basin studies, they do not provide any recommendations or influence on policies or anything. They're not an official statement or position by Reclamation, by the Department of Interior, or by any of the funding partners. They do not propose or address the feasibility of any specific project, program, or plan, and they do not represent a commitment of federal funds. There's 4 basic elements or components of a basin study, and you might see different language if you read through the different programs and papers that are out there on these, but essentially, you have to evaluate the current and future water supplies. Then you evaluate the current and future water demand. And then you take those evaluations and you can start to see the imbalances between the two. And so you evaluate those. And then you work towards developing solutions, looking for trade-offs with the imbalances. And you're able to come up with maybe some opportunities or some ways to improve the system that you're looking at. There's a few requirements within a basin study, and I know we'll hear a little bit more on this, the overarching basin study requirements, but essentially you have to define an area. And the area we're going to talk about here soon is going to be the Henry basin study. So you'll see a map and you'll see a defined area. The study usually has you have to have a partner with it. And in order to formally have a partner, you have to sign an agreement. So once an agreement's signed, you have approximately 3 years to complete the study. And then it's a 50-50 cost share, 50% funded by the federal entity and then 50% funded by the non-federal. So what comes next? This is an example of a water management plan that took place in Washington. But essentially what comes next after a basin study is you kind of see some opportunities, you see some imbalances, you see some places where you can trade off. And it could go a few different ways. This is just an example. You're looking very long term. You're trying to decide maybe what are some things to look at, what are things to evaluate, what things you want to investigate a little bit more. As you can see on this one, they're looking out 30 years. They have various development plans, and they have a large financial investment. And they also are proposing new storage within these. I like this slide. It's a little bit busy. Read all that, but there's really, as everybody in this room knows, there's uncertainty that exists in water management. Some of those are listed up here: hydrology, physical infrastructure, main systems, water law, you'll hear about water demand, supply, forecasting, technology, and other resources that are important in the system. So when you're working through a basin study, there's a few things that kind of define and help identify what is a successful study. And so those are listed on the screen here. You have to have a really solid defined scope. So what are you looking at? How are you evaluating? What's the intent? There's planning documentation. One of the big key items where you see a successful study occur is having the data. Oftentimes, if you see a basin study start and it doesn't proceed or it may fail, terminate, usually the data is not there. So having that data and research available is very critical. And then probably the most important thing is the strong partnerships and collaboration of the people in the basin that area. To kind of recap a little bit on the high level consideration of the basin study, it's a very comprehensive water supply and demand study. It takes the flexibilities and constraints that have been identified and incorporates them. It does not provide the recommendations, address feasibility, or net federal funds. So, and I need to highlight that to what it does not provide. But it does provide an enormous amount of communication collaboration on all the parts. This data is a little bit busy here, but I wanted to kind of point out a couple things on the left side where I have the numbers. Those are the key components of a basin study. But as you walk through a basin study, you first have to have the data. So with the appropriate data, we can pretty easily figure out the current future water supply. Have a lot of data, fortunately. Snake River Basin and the Upper Snake. So we're very fortunate. Number two, with data, but also working with partners and entities and folks in the area, stakeholders, we can start to understand the future demands. That's very important. So once we are able to incorporate all that, you can solve and figure out two. And then when you have number 1 and 2, you can start to figure out the imbalances, figure out the trade-offs. We can run it through some very advanced modeling items and utilize our experts and those around us to evaluate the balances and figure out what those are. Then we can solve number 3. And finally, after we have all that data, we can develop solutions. We can look for trade-offs. We can identify opportunities. Different strategies that work. I have a couple notes here at the bottom. As Cynthia's walking through that, you'll kind of probably gather some information, but the Henry Sport Basin study essentially kind of started with looking for solutions of some problems that were noted, concerns that were out there. It didn't really have a full understanding of the water supply and demand for the area and the system as a whole. So as everyone knows, up here we operate the Upper Snake Basin, the Upper Snake River system. We operate it as a system, not as an individual area. But it's operated as a system. And it didn't really account for all the water rights in the Snake River Basin. So couple things there. As we have done studies over the years, we've seen lessons learned, we have new technology, we have new ways of finding out some of the answers. And then I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia, and she can walk through some of the technical data from the Henry Sport Basin. Really good basin project, basin study, and it had some potential opportunities that we saw on some other presentations given. Turn that on.
Irrigation. Giving me, I think it's giving you credit for being resident expert in the basin study. Nice ways. Yeah, when I saw that date 2015 and I was going back and reviewing some of those reports, one, I was impressed with how much work was put into it. But yeah, I also realized that there is some information in there that's needed because there may be new practices in the basin study process, but just as new information out there. Priorities. So, shot. Okay. Well, it was real helpful to have Rob and Alan and Senator speak first. In fact, I think I Senator up there much if not more about ways that I do, but he touched on some things. We've got in this slide, I guess, as Mike already mentioned, we have clear objectives for basin study. In this case, the objectives had to do with recognizing that there are complex water supply and management issues, not just in the Henry's Fork, but all along the upper Snake. And the basin study was an opportunity to partner with Reclamation. We've heard thank you, Rob, for mentioning Eastern Snake plan out for plan. Those of you who don't know about that, are familiar with it, it's adopted in 2009, and we're still trying to build upon some of the strategies that were laid out in that plan. But again, those are policy documents, water board monitors. Oh, sure. Is that better? And then you'll notice here that in this third bullet on the objectives is something that Reclamation characterized, I think, well, that we're also looking for alternatives to reduce and mitigate for risks to water supply from drought, climate variability, and other developing needs for water supply. I do want to mention too, as a disclaimer, that neither Mike nor I were actually doing the technical work on this now. So it's good to know that we can pick up these reports and get quite a bit of information out of them. But I think that I've taken to try to summarize, I think some of what we learned, particularly about the storage water project, is just to report on what the basin study provided for us. So we're not taking a step further in this presentation, but it is important to see what the information is at the time. So most of what I've got in my slides here is actually straight out of this. See, Mike has already mentioned and others that the city boundary, in this case, was to the Henry's Fork Basin. You see that there in the yellow boundary line. There's some fun facts about the Henry's Fork Basin. Obviously supports the water supply for the river basin. Irrigated acres are notable, and it's got a world-class trout ratio, which guided a lot of the discussion as we went through the state. Also important to note that the basin, Henry's Fork Basin, overlies between the aquifer, so play a significant role in all the activities that we want to heard about, which is state. Now, I think Mike and others have also mentioned the fact that there was a source or a number of stakeholders that participated in the basin study, and that is a key component, as I understand. And I've only participated in one of these so far, but I think my observation is that we're very lucky to have the Henry's Fork Watershed Council, tailor-made of stakeholders from various interest groups that was already there working together, understood the issues in the basin, and Reclamation basically adopted them and helped work with the Watershed Council closely. Many of our discussions in these sessions. So in this case, again, the Watershed Council, as we've heard, is made up of state and federal entities, irrigation, conservation organizations, university, farming community, And we're also able to bring other state parties, but again, gave us that forum to move forward with the process. And again, it was, as Mike mentioned, it was the process. Subcommittees developed out of the council, got the native trout subcommittee, and smaller groups that were formed to really focus on particular subject matters of the discussion. And I did want to just note here that that on the Reclamation continues to maintain a website that has meeting notes, presentations, and research materials. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump into the process that we went through, because I don't know. Here, we look at the storage sites that we saw earlier this morning. There was actually a lot of discussion and a lot of work that went into identifying alternatives. So what you see here, I think there were 51 alternatives that identified. They work together to screen and group those different alternatives, and ultimately we were able to reduce the number to 12 total alternatives that made it through the entire report. There are various iterations along the way. Those alternatives were grouped into 4 general categories: surface water storage, managed aquifer recharge, water markets, water conservation, and reduction. And then there are, as I recall, there were different metrics that Reclamation applied along the way to help the group narrow down these alternatives and evaluate, compare them, and decide what makes sense to move forward. But for basic, I guess, comparative metrics were evaluating the effectiveness of the alternative, which I think in this case means is it going to be effective at meeting the goals of the Basin study, costs, of course, the effects, and local acceptance by stakeholders is a big one. This table here, really hard to read, I guess, but what I was trying to just illustrate is that the number of these kinds of tools that we use to try to talk through alternatives. This one, in this case, hones in on scoring water supply, natural environment, socioeconomic environment, which include impacts of, to say, infrastructure and property. So just jumping straight to the surface. So out of that 51 alternatives, the group actually came up with 28 surface storage options. This is the list. Again, don't expect you to be able to read it. It comes right out of the report. But it's a list of those 28 sites. There were 15 sites that were narrowed, that were, I guess, refined out of this larger list. And there was actually some fair amount of technical review that went into those 15 sites. Reclamation did the bulk of that work along with some consultants. And then we leveraged all the technical resources and subject matter experts, including the Rexburg Foundation and others who were just real familiar with those sites and can apply some common sense discussion. Ultimately, we narrowed the alternatives down to 7 sites, and those were carried forward. And the full study, we did another level of analysis. So before jumping into the different alternatives, I thought it would be worth just highlighting the fact that there were some commonalities between issues that were being discussed to evaluate the site. So again, common conclusions and consideration. First, I think there was general consensus with all the sites that storage in general provides flexibility for addressing water. Get the water where to some degree. Rob shows that that's more complicated. And then storage can help us address water needs for both in-basin and out-basin uses. So in this case, again, there was interest in ensuring that needs within the Rexburg Basin were Also that there was a larger downstream use as well. Climate change analysis, something Reclamation applied throughout the study. And at that time, things have changed, but in the basin, the results indicated that precipitation in winter may increase and improve reliability of fill, distributed storages. The storage may alleviate some of those effects of climate change by making the water. And then when developing new storage, consideration should be given to mitigating impacts downstream ecosystem, new storage, largely capture peak runoff. So considering carbon gaps to that fish migration, other environmental concerns. I'm speaking recommendation. And lastly, you've heard this in a couple of different ways now, and Mike spoke to this, but to be clear, I think with all of these alternatives, Reclamation and others did not take that next step to evaluate how the priority water and priority system would implicate the ability to build or how reservoir operation. This was a much higher level analysis of here are the sites, there's the potential. And so that is one of the next steps that would be again, more common conclusion. So impact to the water budget. Water stored could be used to satisfy an irrigation need from the watershed and resport watershed in this case by diverting and storing water during the storage season. Sounds pretty logical, but that's something the out of basin water budget would be reduced during the peak flow period with storage. However, the stored water could be used to meet a number of different needs, agriculture. Reservoir releases can be maybe coordinated with irrigation deliveries to augment stream flows and healthy ecological in-stream cargo. And again, that is a big theme throughout that resource-based study process. We all appreciate this. So many alternatives contain or potentially impact those of the drought. So that was something we see throughout. Detail on that, but I guess lastly here, for many of the alternatives, there's also impact to wildlife and other ESAs. So those are all captured as part of the. So lastly here, before I jump into those sites, are these limitations of assumption. It's important to recognize those up front, because it gives you some perspective as to what level of analysis. So the alternatives analyses were performed for purposes, so they are not 90% design, not shovel ready, but they can be. And so as you look through the numbers and the estimates of costs, one obvious update would be to escalate those estimates to current dollars. The folks who did the research and the technical analysis utilized available information. So available geologics, soil mapping, geotechnical literature. They did some field work, but they weren't out there core drilling at potential abutment sites and that sort of thing. The site alignments that you'll see and any of those conveyance system alignments, pipeline routes and canals were based on largely professional judgment, GIS exercises, and what they gained from local expertise. But again, those will be refined. Additional refinements, as Mike alluded to the hydrologic analysis, evaporative loss, evaluation, environmental impacts, And then again, those cost estimates for the preliminary, we intended for comparative purposes. So you can get a sense of relative scale of cost per acre. Most of them do not include formal design work, environmental compliance, or work, costs associated with that. And again, water rights and water supply that incorporated into the analysis to understand how you can integrate surface water site into the system. So, you've already seen a version of this map today, but of the 51 alternatives and 28 storage alternatives, it was narrowed down to 7 alternatives for further analysis. And you'll notice here that there are actually 4 of those sites are new proposed dams, so nothing's on site. And then we had 2 sites that were modifications to existing facilities and then a Teton dam. So let's jump into Spring Creek. And this is, again, this is just a snapshot of I apologize, these maps are blurry. I literally just grabbed everything out of the report. But I won't use the pointer, I guess, but Spring Creek Dam is the center to the bottom there. And it's located at Spring Headwater tributary. And the water source for this site was intended to be from Spring Creek. This is one of those new pond springs. So this is an image again from the report that shows their proposed inundation area and just a very general schematic of what structure might be like in place. This represents the 20,000 acre foot reservoir area for the Basin, about 540 acres surface area. And then the volume that was evaluated passes the average volume that was estimated based on 50,000. You'll notice that's less than what the capacity of the site was. So there are, I should mention, I guess, that we're seeing the top 7 alternatives that have to into wrapped up in final report. But in order to get to those, the technical teams actually evaluate. So in this case, I think one suggestion was that if you wanted to build it smaller spots, knowing that their annual average volume is going to be less. But this would include a potentially a 180-foot tall dam, about 120 feet long, and source spring and canyon creeks located on private land. So that's something to incorporate into the analysis there. The costs that were estimated for this site were $41.7 million at a cost per acre of 39. And might commit that number to memory. In this slide, again, I've thrown in some various maps just in the reports. This is actually from one of the technical memorandums that was produced. And I know, again, it's hard to see, but what you're looking at is a view of the inundation area of the reservoir. And then all of those lines along there are proposed lines for the delivery of diversion sites. And I show this mainly to just illustrate that there could be a lot of costs involved with that. That in itself would be refined to alternative. But again, for this site, there were multiple alternatives evaluated. They suggested that the costs could be reduced if they wanted to build a smaller reservoir, and that some of the alternatives were thrown out mainly because those conveyance systems are so expensive. And so one example of there would a pumping station scenario for Teton River. Now, on each of these sites, I'll go ahead and try and just capture some of the points from the evaluation of that. And again, I'm just taking it straight from the report, but you'll see a theme with some of these sites. This is an off-channel, off-stream, on-stream site with a new date. And so there were concerns by a number of stakeholders about how the rainfall potential impact trout, none of it. That's really changed. This does provide water. This is an area this would provide water to the Teton River range. But there were some concerns by the overarching group about supporting this project because relatively small field relative to the cost of the contributions to the water. So I'll jump to, and again, I'll start repeating myself that you'll see a theme, but Upper Badger Creek, yeah, that one is been up to the east of it, and see a map of that over to you. But it is located in the Teton River watershed on Badger Creek, about 5 miles from the and it envisions source water from Badger Creek and water from the Teton. So this is the schematic they provided of the inundation area and the potential structures. The team estimated that reservoir capacity was about 47,000. 520 surface area, and that the volume that could be captured on the average basin. Facility that they've mocked up here is 290 tall, 2,400. And the costs are estimated to $27. So a little cheaper than our last site. Expensive, but has a better storage. So again, there were a number of different alignments that were explored, and in this case, they did evaluate stream diversions, tip structures, streams, fish screens, pump stations, like alternatives. Operating a pump system using water from the Teton as a source is that can be very costly. That may be one of the reasons we get refined. And with this site as well, there were concerns about the impact on the outlet of the Hill River. But a recognition that this could potentially provide storage to the Teton Range. And again, with this site as well as the last one, there was just concern about the cost relative to it. So then I'll jump to Moody Creek, which is located on just downstream. I think that is, but getting closer to Rexburg. And this is our last new on-stream dam. In this case, the reservoir is estimated to be 3,700,000 in a surface area of about 74 acres. All again, at an average basis, was estimated to be 4,000. The facility that is envisioned here is a 220-foot tall dam and 1,300 feet long. The costs are estimated to be $124 million. All right, and in this case, I think there were some things for different alternatives for diversions, and ultimately eliminated some based on the pumping costs and expenses associated with them. Another thing that was noted in a number of alternatives, they didn't have, they had limited information about the geological conditions. And so they made a took a stab at designing and applying costs to those facilities. But in many cases, that's something certainly more evaluation to make sure that the conditions are suitable. Still, some cases they just the cost. And again, as we've heard, there are the other two sites, there are concerns about the impoundment on and that this site in particular had eligible for a status as a national wildlife. Apparently, some of these are eligible for listing. And again, same concern about whether the value of the sites is really out. So jumping to our next site, this is the Island Park Storage Increase, what it's called in the Basin. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with Island Park, but it is a reclamation company that's operated by Fremont-Madison. The source is on the Henry Sport River, and the alternative was laid out in this. There are a number of alternatives again that were evaluated. In this case, might be worth mentioning. One alternative that was proposed early on was the 8-foot raise to Island Park, and that it was not well received by certain stakeholders. So that one got quickly abandoned, and Reclamation honed in on an interesting concept, which was that there is some existing flood surcharge space in Island Park. Reclamation holds some flood surcharge easements within the reservoir. And so the question was asked, well, if that were just, what if we change that to storage, just ongoing storage instead of reserving it for flood surcharge, and then make any modifications that are necessary to provide for dam safety and flood releases, so modifications to the operations of the emergency system. So on the face of it, it seemed like a really interesting alternative because it's modifying existing structure in a significant way, but look at the options of trying to add 4 feet to the water surface elevation at Rexburg. That volume that would have been associated with that was about 26,700 in this image here, just got a simple schematic pointing out the elements. So there, got operational spillway. Well, I'll point out that the main dam there is a powerhouse located there. The operational spillway, I'm just going to go back and see that picture on the lower right is an image of that spillway as a ladder. So the concept was to again explore converting that water for that surcharge space to storage, adding a 5-foot ladder dam to that operational spillway, and then modifying that emergency spillway to increase its capacity, so maybe water. And the initial estimates, the Reclamation up to 2.4 at $240. One of the assumptions, however, in this phase of the analysis was that there wouldn't be significant impacts to structures. And so I guess I'll jump to my slide here. Some of the findings that were identified in the study. This looked like expensive option of all the alternatives. Had the opportunity to develop 2,600 acre feet, having available approximately 70% of the time, with 20% of the time no additional water. That was some of the hydrologic analysis that Reclamation was done. Again, without integrating the operations and the water rights, mountain priorities. But the sense was that this would provide, again, flexibility to manage releases during irrigation and the irrigation season, and that it might provide benefits to both irrigation, but also fish population. I think Island Park and well known for drought management operation. Theory was really good. So in this case, there was general support for further study of the alternative due to low cost and that's wide scale issues, large scale issues. And I mentioned that one of the assumptions that Reclamation made at the time was that it would have a very little impact to existing structures. So this is one example of a project that the board did take it to a next step to try and address any low-hanging questions. And one of those was, okay, what are the potential? Is there anything in this identified innovation problematic? And so the board evaluated effects to land and infrastructure if there was water stored in surcharges. And determined is that there's a significant amount of infrastructure constructed within that area to be part of operation surcharge. So, so that project has not been carried forward, but it's a good example of the fact that we can make these projects more to address some of those critical assumptions and options. So Ashton Dam Rate is another existing facility, and it's owned by Pacific Energy, operated as a run-of-the-river hydro project, and it's located adjacent to the town of Ashton. The proposal for this alternative was to increase the dam by pretty significantly. So that would have left that would create a dam of total height of 100. And this is a map that shows the potential inundation area. The estimates were that would increase the reservoir volume by 20,400 acres on average, increase the reservoir size to 30,000. And in this case, and on some of a number of these sites, Reclamation would identify when there may be an opportunity for hydro potential, but it would not the cost to it or do any significant analysis. But in this case, they recognize that there would be a drop when it's a full field. So the costs associated with this project were $22 million. It cost so $13 per acre. So costs. So the study findings in general found the reservoir system ecological stream flows explore river and downstream could be used to additional irrigation water. Some of the key points in the evaluation, they mentioned, the report mentions that modification of structure may translate to less significant environmental impacts than construction of the big. And therefore, there was general support by the work group and various stakeholders to further study. Embankment configurations have been analyzed. That requirement evaluation. And then Ashton Dam, privately, of course, by Pacific, so should this alternative be taken to the next step, which they would need. Now, this, I have to thank, shout out to Al, who graciously provided some film footage of our site. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that that will be at this point, so maybe happen to that another time. But did a nice job capturing, doing a fly of Ashton Dam. Sorry about that. Jumping to the next alternative, namely, this one, some of you, that it was not a new, but it is also not on a river. So it is dry drainage, about a mile north of the Teton River, 5 miles downstream. It's to bring water from Teton. So, and this is a schematic what that might look like. The off-chain site, they estimated that it could hold capacity is over 100,000. Volume of almost 100,000. It's possible. Structural components that they envision here would be a 160-foot high dam with some other saddle dam. And this would also have the potential for hydropower. And the challenge with this one is, of course, the cost. So we estimate it's going to be about $62 million. So, yeah, again, this was one of the most costly alternatives. The Reclamation took steps in this case to model logical program to evaluate how it minimize potential impacts to fall to time. And that additional evaluation, of course, to water and private. But I think that is an example of some of the projects to more effort to train that. The modeling showed that approximately 90,000 acres be available at 75% of the time. The water available of the time operating the operational obligations. And in this case, there would be a need for motion review. So just some key points about Lane Lake. And there was general support for this to explore further study. Due in part to the large to the fact that it's an off-stream location. And there were some stakeholders saw opportunities to leverage the operations of that to stream. There were certainly concerns about potential impacts. It's located on private land with some residential structures, so that would require engagement property. Reclamation did evaluate some pump back power potential. That's not included in the cost, but that's something. Although it said that and one of the positive aspects of this project is storage applied to. So here again, we have window into the video with Alan providing. But it is interesting to see the private property. So the last alternative is Teton. perhaps we talked about that a bit already today. The Teton Dam approximately Rexburg. And Reclamation actually did evaluate several different alternatives in terms of smaller alternatives for this dam site, but ultimately decided on published focus on scenarios that envisioned the construction for the provision. So under their new analysis, the reservoir would be about 265,000 volume, annual average volume about 2,000. 300-foot tall facility. Would have again potential for hydro with a large drop of whole field. And in this case, the Reclamation estimated the cost of $192 million to construct the facility. That comes out to about $1,500 per year. And again, I mentioned before, but also with that need to be escalated, need to be revisited. So I guess the bad news is it's likely significantly more expensive than what's here. This is probably 2013-14 timeframe. And just some of those study findings and assumptions. This one had some of the highest construction costs, but the volume offset some of that was the cost rate was relative to the other sites is good. The alternative considers that original Teton dam site and some of the caveats that the Reclamation put into the study were that under this scenario, this evaluation, they considered that this is a site with impound water in the Teton River for irrigation, hydropower generation, recreation, and fish and wildlife, as it was originally offered. So that may be significant, particularly if there was interest in pursuing another site. That leads to some of the other considerations, which are Reclamation still owns the facility. Well, actually, but the analysis does not consider operation of the storage facility or any water agreements, water rights, or required instrument flows that may have come into play or developed. This alternative also includes just building the dam as it was presented by Reclamation. Now, interestingly, there has been a fair amount of studies since that time. Initial appraisal report in the early 90s. Fremont-Madison Irrigation District had some analysis done by consultant. Reclamation incorporated that analysis of some of the alternatives, but they decided that just for comparative purposes to move forward with this based on So similar to some of the other projects, a Reclamation took the step to evaluate ecological flows and to try to get a better sense of how this could be operated without having impacts. Modeling showed that approximately 200,000 is available for support about 50% of the time, 85,000 to 75% of the water. 50%. Again, the caveat there is that incorporate operational obligations. So additional analysis of potentially being the water. I think it's isn't a surprise to anybody that there were specific concerns by the stakeholders about the fact that this constructing Teton would have an impact on fish populations, blocking migration, habitat, and changing the paradigm from free-flowing rivers and fisheries hot water. And they're also concerned about. So again, in conclusion, I think some of the feedback that was identified in the report, the dam, that the Teton Dam represents not for a significant number. We've cited there are significant impacts that the impact. Acceptance of the new dam may be problematic for this reason. So this area of the project, I was beginning to mention earlier. Teton Dam is owned by Reclamation, so the congressional authorization would be required to allow the site to continue construction or to be transferred to another party, which is the state. Currently, the original repayment contractors may still have repayment obligations with the federal government. So there are some complications like that that would. So again, there's a great video of the website, really interesting shot. Still. So I know I've probably got to wrap up here, so I just have a few more slides. I just wanted to wrap these up by providing to by reinforcing some comparison. So these are the 7 different, I can't read that real well, but what this graphic this comparison chart in the study, it basically from left to right looking at the screen, it goes from worse to better, and the color coding is it's horrible metrics. So the top alternative there is Teton Dam replacement, and you'll see that from the water supply effectiveness of the blue, it looks really good. It's got a great volume. The total cost, on the other hand, which includes yellow, is not as favorable for Teton. The cost per acre foot is more moderate. That's in the green. And the impacts for environmental concerns and acceptability, those are the pinkish, gray. Those are on the low end. So if you look at this collectively, you can see that the next that Lane Lake and Upper Badger Creek. Lane Lake is pretty well with water supply. It's pretty well with the acceptability and some impacts on cost. Yellow and green, it's lower. Got Island Park at the time, based on this scenario, that is the fourth one down. It's got yellow, green, pink, and gray all in the positive side. But of course, we have to revisit further. That changes the scenario a bit. And then you'll notice the two second, third, and you can read it. Spring Creek and Moody Creek. A lot of their metrics are on the lower end, and that's mainly because of costs, low water supply effectiveness, and some concerns about acceptability. Ashton Dam, on the other hand, which is at the bottom, has some positive feedback. Several of those metrics shifted. This table just gives you compiles of the cost per foot, and the estimated effect to the water budget. Also identified some just broad rankings for the effects of the environment. But again, you'll see Lane Lake, it's got the top line there, highest cost per acre foot. Ashton Dam on the bottom has what we might characterize as the lowest cost per acre. And then I guess just in summary, so these were some of the study conclusions, and I think it's close, not the exact. Gotcha. All right. Well, I think I've covered it. I did not mention the non-storage alternatives. I guess as we're getting ourselves off of the stage here. One thing I wanted to mention was just there were a number of other alternatives that were evaluated. Groundwater recharge, water markets, canal automation, demand reduction. What you'll see, this slide is very water board centric. These are some of the things the board has been doing since the study occurred, but there are a lot of other, Reclamation's Water Smart grants, NRCS, other private entities taking initiative. I would say that a lot of those non-storage alternatives that have actually been advanced, independent of the Basin study since that study was completed. And also just know that there have been a few other surface water storage activities the board's been engaged in, certainly Minidoka Dam raised appraisal study, which we'll be talking about today. And then the board has been committed funds to the Raybould reservoir with mitigation storage without holding the construction just by. So I will stop.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia and Mike. Appreciate them being here. Before we break for lunch, I want to acknowledge that Lieutenant Governor Scott Betke is present. We appreciate him making the trip over. He has been doing our panel this afternoon, and we can also thank you here at lunch. Okay, so for lunch, we think we have enough for everyone, but we're not sure how many are here that did not RSVP. So if you don't have a ticket, if you didn't RSVP, please kind of go back and go grab lunch first. Otherwise, lunch is over at the Rexburg Tabernacle. It's about a block south of here, so we'll all walk over there and be back here by 12:40 to get started. North, south, north. Sorry, north of here. Thank you, Adam. Leave it to the intern. Okay, we're going to turn just a minute over to Mayor Merrill from Rexburg before we get started.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome. We're glad to have you here in Rexburg. We appreciate the opportunity to host this meeting. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. Sorry, I was supposed to do this at the beginning, but I was a couple of minutes late this morning. I had some other things going on, but glad to take just a couple of minutes. I don't want to take too long because I know we're tight on time, but just wanted to point out a couple of things that we're pretty proud of. We had lunch over at the historic Rexburg Tabernacle. It's now owned by the city and as a community center. We put probably well over $1 million into that building the last few years with the repointing of the mortar and all of this, and some of the stone that was cracking up on the building was quarried. We had a company come in and quarry it out east of town out of the same quarry that it was taken out of originally and reshaped and put it up there. So these old buildings take a lot of money to keep them going and stuff. And that's our most historic building in town. It's over 100 years old, but it's a great building. This one, actually, at one time, there was a debate long before I was on the mayor or on the city council. There was a debate about whether to take this building down and make it a parking lot so that there was more room for, parking for the downtown area and stuff. But the mayor at the time, I think he attended movies here when he was a kid and had a very nostalgic feeling for the place. So he pushed hard to keep it and restore it, and the city purchased it for a pretty reasonable price. But since then, nothing's been reasonable. We've put hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I wanted to point out one thing that's really cool. If you look up here, all of this gold roofing that was done up here on the proscenium and down the sides and up on these, all this stuff was done by this up here was done by several volunteers years ago, but all of the stuff on the sides and up on the top was done by one guy we set up scaffolding and he worked in here night after night after night a few years ago, doing all that gold leafing by hand and, did that all volunteer work. And, his name is Bill Hall and he owns the company down the road towards Rigby called Hall's Metal Fabrication. So if you ever see him or you know him, give him another thank you because he spent a lot of time. We actually gave him a lifetime pass for anything that happens here in this theater. So, but we really appreciate that. So anyway, we're glad to have you here. Welcome. And, after this, go around town and spend a bunch of money. That'd be awesome.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dan Davidson, who is the manager of Minidoka Irrigation District. It's not the first time I picked on Dan for something like this. The reason I pick on him is because Dan is always at the forefront of solutions to problems for water in Eastern Idaho. Dan and the Minidoka Irrigation District have kind of taken the lead, looking into doing a basin study for the upper snake, similar to what we just talked about with the Henry Sport for the south of the snake, and looking for additional opportunities on that reach of river, including potential raising Jackson Lane or Minidoka. I'll turn the time over to Dan with that.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak with everyone today. It mentioned earlier, Alan Jackson was concerned about taking care of for he was going to say, Mike Hilliard explained a lot about a basin study. Where we're at now. Can everybody hear me okay? Are they good on Zoom? Okay, is that better? Okay. For starters, I didn't hear Mike mention, but it is a 50-50 cost share between the sponsor and the Bureau of Reclamation. We started talking about a basin study a few years back. The first time that I was actually present for it was a discussion in 21 or 22 with Reclamation about raising Walcott, and it was suggested then that we should do a basin study. And everybody kind of went away with that, thinking, well, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do a basin study. Nothing happened. It come up again a couple of years later when we were, well, actually it was last fall. I was given the opportunity to participate in a value planning study for Jackson Dam. If my memory serves me correctly, anytime Reclamation thinks they're going to spend $10 million or more on something, they do a value planning study, and Jackson is going to be well above it. So I was able to participate in that, and they identified a bunch of different scenarios, fix it in place, Band-Aids on it, build a new dam, or my favorite is build a larger dam, put some hydropower on it, and utilize whatever source of water we've got there to the closest thing possible. Guess what they said when they said that? You have to do a basin study. I decided that it would probably be a good idea after that last fall to start really digging in on what we've got to do to do a basin study. Talked with a bunch of folks. We actually had a kickoff meeting on the 4th of February, and this fit real well with Senator Cook's memorial. Read it again later because I think it's really impactful. But it fits with his goal of 750,000 acre feet by 2100. A lofty goal, but I hope it's a lot of better count on making it happen. So on the 25th of July, we had the second of two working meetings developing a letter of intent, sorry. What that is, it's a maximum 3-page letter that we present to Reclamation stating that we want to do a basin study, and then it's a series of, well, through a series of qualifying things to decide. We're ahead of the curve on this. There isn't an open basin study cost sharing award available right now. but we do know that one is coming. We expect to see the announcement any day now. The timetable for it will be the 15th of September is when it will open up. We can actually submit the letter of interest. And then 15th of September to 15th of October, they will gather them all in and we will grade them and hopefully ours will go to the top. And between now and the 15th of September, here in the very near future, we hope to get what we believe is our final draft in front of the Idaho Water-Resource Board. We would like to see them sponsor the study. And right out of Senator Cook's joint memorial, it is a formal request from state and federal agencies to study, plan, and consider new or expanded storage. So it's not just Jackson. It's everything we talked about today. To have that basin study, I think is one of the most important steps that we can take. With that, I really don't have anything else. We're waiting for questions. Hopefully I gave you some time.
Okay, our next speaker, I had the good chance to talk to him just before. And we commiserated about the longevity of our careers. Wes Hipke is our next speaker, and he has been heading up the recharge management for the state office. We're going to talk to him about that. So without further ado, I'll welcome Wes to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And so just because it's after lunch and it's a very good lunch, if people kind of doze off, don't worry about it. I will not take any offense whatsoever. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Mud Lake Pipeline Project. And before I get into it, one of the things that I'm always telling staff is, what problem are you trying to solve? Because it really makes a huge difference on what you then come up with. And so in this case, on this project that we were looking at, it originally started from the Water Resource Board trying to find large recharge basins. The recharge basins are kind of like dams, except I just hope they leak a lot. And so that's where this started, and that's where this project came from that I'm going to be talking about. And because it started off as a recharge project, really kind of affects some of the results. So to start with, we looked at all of the upper valley and tried to go, okay, where could we find basins that met certain criteria? Now, if you're looking for a normal storage or dam, some of these criteria wouldn't matter. But I think it's some useful things to point out is there's certain areas that you're probably not going to do anything in. And all this area in here, what that really is that's all the irrigated land, which you could put a storage place there, but obviously it's going to be a few more hurdles. We were looking at for places outside of that. And that kind of takes us to the Mud Lake area, which is this area up in here. I think I have that right. So at this point, we looked at this whole area and we looked at a lot of different areas, but when it came to the Mud Lake project, we looked at a couple different ways of getting water there. One of the things that actually, to go back to this map, one of the things that's interesting to note that a lot of this area in here, it's really hard to deliver water back off in this area. Basically, this area in here actually gets higher. So without pumping, it gets really difficult to get water into this area. The only places up here, this all kind of slopes this way and So you can get water there easier without going the pumping route. So that's one of the first things we looked at. And so this is the end of the St. Anthony Canal. And we looked at going through here. Of course, we're looking for a recharge basin. Because one of the things we looked at with the Mud Lake project is basically getting a 2-for-1. We could get a recharge basin and we could supply this area over here. So the Mud Lake area, basically every year, pumps groundwater to fill Mud Lake and approximately 15,000 acre feet. And so if we could help supplement that, that would obviously stiffen the groundwater pumping in this area. So we looked at this area, and the main thing here is the distance from the canal is 17 miles, and only 17 feet is all of the rides we had to compensate for, which is not much. Now, the problem with this one, however, is we were looking at, given the size of the space in here, which is really huge, we were looking for something around like that 500 cubic feet per second, being able to move that. Then we ran into problems with the canal here of what it would take to get it up to be able to move that amount of water. So we looked at a different route, and this was a pumping route, starting down here, going up through here, a little more rise. You know, so we're looking at 60-foot of rise. And so after we got to this point, we went out and got a consultant, it was Quadrant, now called QRS, that evaluated all of our different sites. So I'm going to go through what they came up with for this Mud Lake project. So again, about 18 miles of pipeline. The really great thing about this one is you just have to get it to here, then it's all downhill. Have the potential recharge basins here, the pump station, and we would discharge into Camas Creek. The basins are large, so around 588 acres. We're estimating 500 CFS of capacity. I got to really stress that is an estimation. You'd never really know until you put water on the ground. But over the past 10 years, one thing I can say, as far as an average through the ESBA, we can get up around 2 CFS per acre is kind of a good rule of thumb. Mind you, some of those is are low as 0.5. Others is like 15, 16 CFS per acre. Those don't happen often, by the way. So here was the basin, great opportunity for the recharge program. Of course, it was going to take a pump station down here and looking at 4 pumps, 100 CFS each, 250 CFS each. One of those would be variable, so we could handle kind of any flows on the water that were available to us. And 9,800 horsepower was the power demand. So the design flow, like I said, 500 CFS. Basically, to the recharge basins is about halfway. So you're looking about 9 miles of pressurized pipeline, and then 9 miles of that it would all be downhill. Looking at 4 72-inch pipelines. So this was in it was in 2022, and the pipeline cost was 178 plus million. And that was just for the pipeline. Now, okay. But now part of this that I thought was kind of good to go over also is it's not just the construction of the pipeline you have to be concerned about. I'm sure all of you are aware of that. There's the permitting. And so for pulling something off the river, we're looking at the NEPA, because we're going to be crossing BLM land. The 404 permit from the Army Corps. The Army Corps is probably going to have to look at wetland delineations. And then you get into the state requirements. There's this Green Channel alterations, the Clean Water Act Section 401 cert. And then you get into the right of ways. There's the Department of Transportation, the Fish and Game is going to be involved. And then on top of that, you have all the local and private parties, including the railroad. Which those can be some pretty steep hurdles to get over. But it's all part of what's going to take when you do any type of project of this scale. So in 2022, the total cost is 389 million. There's a reason the board decided not to move forward with this project at this time. And one thing I want to point out is just for the permitting design oversight was 50 million. And the construction was 378 million. Again, this was 2022. Was talking with people over the lunch break. As Cynthia mentioned earlier, any of the prices that you see would have to be redone. There's potential that some things have gone down, and of course, there's potential some things have gone up. So these costs are just kind of roughly in the ballpark of what they would do. And so I know that was going through it really quick, hopefully making up some more time. But just wanted to give you kind of a brief overview of what the project looked like at the time that we did this. One of the things I'd want to point out, and why I said at the very start, it really depends on what problem you're trying to solve. We were looking at creating more recharge capacity. If you weren't doing that, potentially you could cut down on some of this cost and not move as much water. So there's options there that would really change this. But for what we were looking at, that's what it kind of came up to. And so for that, I would stand for any questions.
All right, thank you for thanking Wes. We are now going to transition into our expert panel discussion. All those that have participated thus far are going to come up to the stage. I invite you all to come up now, and now you will have the opportunity to ask those $1 million questions you've all been waiting on. There's Alan. Yeah, that's Ashton Dam right there. Yeah, you're looking towards the east up there. That's the Ashton Dam, and that's the one that was that we evaluated and raising like 60 feet, 40, 30, 40 feet. Yeah. Ooh.
Hey, it looks like we're getting everybody here. This is the moment everybody has been looking for, is the opportunity to be able to follow up with a couple of questions, pretty dense material.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Skyler Johns. I am an attorney out of Idaho Falls, do a lot of water and other litigation matters, but I'm also the attorney for the Dept Groundwater District. So I've been involved in a lot of the water matters that really are central to what's going on in this discussion here and some of the problems we're trying to solve. I started out, my first experience with water was moving pipe like a lot of farm kids out in East Idaho. And then went off to college, and then around 2015-ish, we had a stipulated mitigation plan that got put together, and I got a crash course in trying to help my dad and everybody out in that area try to figure out what the heck they were supposed to do. Some of them didn't even have the water rights in their own name, and so that was kind of a crash course and learning about water. And I think things are managed a little bit differently now, but that's been my experience, and I'm happy to be here today amongst a panel of folks that have probably forgotten more about water than I know about water. So I'm looking forward to some of the things they have to share. On our panel today, we have the Lieutenant Governor, Senator Cook, Alan Jackson, Rob Van Kirk, Mike Hilliard, Cynthia Clark, Dan Davidson. We have a few other folks I'd like to have them go through. Haven't had a chance to introduce yet. I'm trying to think where we want to start here. Those who haven't spoken yet, want to start on this end, we'll just kind of work this way. If you haven't spoken yet, just introduce yourself to the audience. So take a minute or two to just explain what your role in the water community is and what your expertise is.
Mike's on.
Projection.
Okay, I'm Jeff Raybould. I'm the chairman of the Fremont-Madison Irrigation District. And it looks like a little later in the program, I'll be chairman of the Idaho Water Research Board.
Thanks. My name is Will Stubblefield. I'm with Friends of the Teton River. Friends of the Teton River was founded 25 years ago by a group of farmers, anglers, scientists, and agency personnel who were concerned with declines in water quality, water supply, and crashing fish population in the Teton River watershed. And we work today for clean water, healthy streams, and a thriving wild fishery through programs and projects that are based on sound science and carried out through strong stakeholder partnerships.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Simeon Caskey. I'm here representing the Snake River Headwaters Watershed Group. I'm a member of the steering committee, and as a member of the steering committee, I'm one of 15 representatives, and my day job is with Grand Teton National Park as the physical scientist. And I'd first off just like to really thank this group and the hosts of this seminar for inviting the Headwaters Watershed Group. We're actually a new entity as of about 2 years ago, and focusing on the Snake River Headwaters, the Grays, and the Hoback River. And our issues in the headwaters are intrinsically tied to how water is managed in Idaho. And so really we are here to learn, and I've learned so much already today, and be able to better understand what's going on down here because it affects us up there as well. We, as I mentioned, are a new watershed group. We have about 250 members currently in 100+ organizations. We're a collaborative group, and we have a goal of ensuring resilient and healthy Snake River ecosystem, clean and ample water for current and future generations. And our 5 key goals are connect, build, engage, set priorities, and act. And so in our first couple of years, we've really done a lot of connecting and building our knowledge base. As I mentioned on our steering committee, we have a diverse group of people. And one of those members is Jeff Van Orden, who's representing Idaho Irrigation. And we also have businesses, guides and anglers, federal agencies, state and local governments. And we have several subcommittees where we talk about a lot of these issues, and we've been able to hear from Idaho representatives on what some of these are, and just really want to emphasize our gratitude for being invited today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you can hear me. My name's Craig Chandler. I'm the water master for Water District. My team and I, we do water right administration at the Snake River. So we are where wet water meets the paper water.
That organization is not run by was an umbrella organization made up of and one. And it represents the collective interests of its members. The mission of BIGWA is to protect groundwater use and preserve the resource for generations to come. We've been involved in the delivery file cases, and the water rights settlements, and a lot of the efforts to manage the resource sustainably long term. Lieutenant Governor, do I take a moment to introduce yourself? My name is Scott Dept, and I'm a fourth generation rancher from the field. I got the privilege of working with many of you in the room as we navigate through water issues. That's mitigate, facilitate, Joel, threatening, or hoax, or whatever, the stakeholders into both the 2015 agreement and the 2024 agreement. I have some other observations, maybe I'll shoehorn those in. I'm very glad that I'm just writing myself some notes of all the things that we have going for and all of the obstacles that out by the knowledge that is in this room. And I admit to working Sudoku puzzles during some of the presentations, but but that's all about putting all of the options on the table and then finding the ones that work. And I think that's kind of what we do here. I think there is an acknowledgement that we're stuck with each other and our issues and what comes with it. And because of that, I think that we have a head start because we're not going to spend the first couple of months like we did last time figuring out ways to and run the other parties. And so I'm optimistic that given the expertise, given the commitment to the resource, given the data stepped up in an unprecedented way, that we can find those combinations of things that will work. So I make it myself known. Very good, thank you. Lieutenant Governor was indeed very instrumental. He's definitely been a common face amongst a lot of years. So we appreciate it. Just to explain the format, we're going to do just a quick overview just to try and capture some of the thoughts and impressions from some of the panelists. And then we're going to dive into a new format that somebody might have heard of an app named Slido. If you haven't, on the back of your program or inside your program, there should be a QR code. What you do is you open up the camera on your smartphone, hold that over until a little website comes up, and you push it. Then it'll bring you to this page here where you can either type in your question that you would like to ask the panel leader, or you can look at the existing questions, and we've got a couple of them up already that folks have asked. And if your question's already been asked, or you like the question somebody else has asked, there's a little thumbs up button on there. Hit that thumbs up button, and enough if you hit it, it's going to come to the top of my queue here, and I'll know that's what the audience really wants this panel to answer. So if you'll go ahead and log on and start asking your questions or vote for the questions you'd like to ask. After we get through some preliminary thoughts and insights from the panelists, we'll go ahead and we'll jump into that section of the panel and ask your questions. So with that, I'd like to direct this question to Cynthia, Mike, Craig, Wesley, if you wouldn't mind. This question is from a water management standpoint. What are your impressions of the ideas that were put forward in the discussions? Anybody want to saddle that one first?
Sure. My impressions are really if we can add more storage to the system, that increases flexibility. There's a lot of flexibility involved in carry water over. gonna be a net benefit. Very, very highly likely that it kind of lot for the water.
I'll go ahead and go next before my boss does. Probably a bad idea. Anyway, so the people I've worked with get really tired of this. The first question I asked is what I started my presentation with. It really depends on what problem you're trying to solve. Because what I took away from today is what Rob Van Kirk presented. There's more opportunity lower in the system as far as when water is available. But then that has to be balanced with, are there actual places to store the water? And there might be, I don't know. I do know that it, in my opinion, from my experience, it's really going to take people working together. Because anytime that you take on this type of project, it is not a small undertaking. It's going to take a lot of work. There's a lot of pieces to put together to get it to work. I'll stop there.
I think from my perspective, and not mostly this forum, but folks that deal with the education piece that belongs to it. We are part of a very complex water system, and there's a lot to it, and there's a lot of variables that exist in it, and there's a lot of forecasting and engineering, logical. So there's a lot of education. So to see groups like this get together and talk about some of the constraints and flexibilities and operations and potential opportunities, I think is really valuable. And hope to
We'll wrap it up with building off of those comments. I've been reflecting a bit on the projects that, and I haven't been doing this as long as many people, but the projects of a scale that come together, it seems that, build off what Mike said, it's almost like the stars have to align, and that's got to include, state, federal, private, all of the groups coming together. And we're seeing some success with that in some storage, but that seems to me that's one of the big hurdles. And coordinating with the federal agencies and tackling the questions about permitting and other things. Again, we've had some good luck with, I'll just pick on the Anderson Ranch Dam raise in the Boise, where we've had some federal authorizations and funding that have helped a big project like that come together. And I'd like to keep that in mind as we're talking about these other projects to try and expedite when we keep them moving. So.
Very good. Thank you. And a transition over specifically with the water users here. Just, there's a lot of different projects that are going on, but just to elaborate, most folks, the delivery call that's going on. Really, it's been brought up. Wesley brilliantly said, what problem are we trying to solve? Storage going to solve the problem with the water delivery call? I mean, they're really different problems here, but water use perspectives, and I think we want to start, maybe we'll start with Dan, give Dan an opportunity to speak on this, and then Alan, TJ, and Jeff, Chairman Raybould would like to speak up. Just what are some specific projects or ideas that are sparking your interest right now that are particularly going to be helpful to you folks at the short run?
Well, the short run of it, but me, the product that I see as the most important is that it's damned 100 years old. Something's got to be done with it. So, feasibility study, what we're going to do with it. So, the lifetime study, that's something. $35,000. And just for perspective, we talk about what's been happening around Island Park, the impact to 1 foot of increase in elevation in Jackson, they have to move 3 foot. Pretty small lift there. And you get 4 or 5 feet, that's not a question we can answer, but should be trying to get every absolutely. You know, some of the headwaters. What they're looking at is they want to see more water in the river. You've got an extra tank of storage left there, and you can bring that down in the winter time to help it get there. And then you take that extra water and you recharge some of the valve where it's needed. That's the whole. Not people, but it's
Why it takes a good idea. Projects that I guess maybe not limited to what is the project of the park. Yeah, a lot of good projects. Project that I think gets me the most excited is actually the Basin study. And to explain, I need to give a little background. So IGWA has been involved in these water conflicts since 2003. And the approach primarily has been to solve problems as they arise. So a call is made or something like that. We go to work and we solve the problem, and once the problem solved, and when we had the settlement agreement with the Surface Water Coalition in 2015, we felt like we had the problem solved, and we moved on, and life kind of went back to normal. And then, as we all know, the problem was solved. We had to come back to the table, and this last settlement agreement for me was imperative, I think for a lot of the groundwater users. It finally compelled us to not view this as a problem that's finally solved once and for all, but a need to be less reactive and more proactive for the future. I don't think the 2024 plan is going to meet all of Idaho's water needs long term. And so looking to the future, the Basin study is a really important component. And what intrigues me is figuring out how do we strategically manage our water supplies collectively to meet all of these needs. So one thing that impressed me about today's conference is we have a lot of stakeholders, whether it's farming, municipalities, fisheries, recreation, and all of these are valuable to all of us. Even though we live in one piece of this world, we all value food production, we all need water to drink, we all value recreation, and we all value fisheries. And we don't have to approach this as a zero-sum game. I think there are opportunities to use new technology and experience and figure out how to manage our supplies as a collective. It's a whole basin, whole upper Snake Basin. How do we manage it collectively to meet all of these needs? Now, maybe everybody doesn't get everything they want. There's some compromise, but I do think there's room to manage existing supplies more strategically so that we keep all of the farms in business for urban fisheries. And Dan's example of Jackson Lake is a really good one. So using Jackson Lake storage to both prop up water supplies in the river below the dam and increase water recharge is a win-win. And some of these opportunities are out there, and it takes long-term planning and forward thinking, and that's not the approach that IGWA has taken historically, but it's a paradigm shift that happened in the last few years, and it's exciting. It's daunting. It's challenging, but it is exciting to be working in these types of settings to figure out how to more strategically manage our water supplies for everybody. Good thing perspective that we can come up with some better solutions.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what everybody said, but Craig mentioned something in the, like, anything, storage, add versatility to the system. I think that's anything that's going to add versatility to our operation is going to be helpful. Hopefully we can get all the, get the storage projects built and add that versatility to it, but we're still going to hit that year. Even if there is expanded storage, it's not going to be full. And so we can't just throw our hands in the air. So we still have to make it through those years. And that versatility, we do a lot of soft conversions. We call it the groundwater user might be able to get access to the surface water and have. I think the more of that kind of thing we can have in the system, the infrastructure that's going to take to build that, I think it's going to be crucial because, in a hot, dry year, there are people who have flexibility with their water and there are people who don't have flexibility. We need to find out how to balance that. And if you have a little more flexibility, you can do double water. And that's the kind of flexibility we're going to need to have to be able to make it through. Like we did exactly right. The mitigation plan is not going to solve all the problems. It's a framework for us, but we still need to do it.
I think this has been great here today. I just think we're going to need every tool in the toolbox. And that's how Water Resource Board is looking at everything. We're looking at aquifer recharge. We're looking at storage. We've been successful in getting some new storage on the Boise River system. We're still looking to find something that's doable in the snake system. I think there is. I think it's just a matter of refining our options and picking the best one. Hopefully the Basin study will allow us to do that. I think we can get more efficient. We need to look at how efficiency impacts others. If you line the canals out on Egan Bench, I assure you there are a lot of groundwater users in the room who would be unhappy about that. But there are places where we can do efficiency projects that will save water and help make the picture work better for everybody. The other thing that wasn't talked about today, and we'll talk about a little more in a minute, is cloud seeding. Cloud seeding gets us new water, and we're going to need that extra water to fill reservoirs, to do more recharge, and do all those other things we need to do to have a sustainable water supply for this ever-increasing population.
That takes me over to, I want to ask a couple questions of Will, Simeon, Rob, Senator Kirk, and Lieutenant Governor. You folks represent a lot of different interests, a lot of different people. And I just want to know, just in general, like, is there anything that you'd like to emphasize from today's meeting that speaks to and addresses those folks?
Yeah, so I can give a start. I think for me, as I've been diving into the Basin study and learning a lot about all these different options, I've been thinking a lot about the idea of storage water and realizing that we store water not just in surface reservoirs, but in the atmosphere where we can get that cloud seeding in the shallow aquifer in Teton Valley and the deep aquifer in the Eastern Snake Plain. And a lot of the alternatives identified in the Basin study mean that we're going to need all the tools in the toolbox. We're going to need to look at all the alternatives. And so I'm really just thinking of highlighting all those different alternatives as far as water management strategies, thinking of the advances in agriculture, soil health, and how we're going to store water, make more of that. So I think that's my main takeaway at this point. Involve these different options and making sure that we're examining all of them as we move forward. So.
Thanks, Will. Simeon Caskey again from the St. River Headwaters Watershed Group. Again, to reiterate some of our key goals, connecting, building knowledge, and engaging. One of the things that many of us have mentioned so far is this upper Snake Basin study plan. And I feel like that if we are able to move forward on that, there's a lot of good opportunity for stakeholder involvement. And us folks on the Wyoming side would really like to be involved in that development and provide our perspective.
because the watershed modeling, the water balance budget, coming up with some of those management strategies and options, looking at fish and wildlife trade-off and the benefits of some of these potential options is really critical. And as you all probably know, there's a lot of recreation interest and socioeconomic value that we see represent snake basin as well. And specifically, when it comes to Jackson Lake, it's something we are really interested in learning more about. And while it's not a feasibility study, ultimately, like ending up looking at what some of the implications are, the cost benefit trade-off will really help us understand what we're looking to build up.
Thanks. I can just agree with everything, right? Pass the mic, but let me build on, Dan brought it up. For example, the idea of increased storage in Jackson could be released during the winter to the benefit of winter flow down from Jackson. We have the same problem downstream of Palisades, downstream of Violent Park, where winter flow is the limiting factor on trout in those fisheries. So if there were some extra storage that could be crafted to be delivered during the winter flow managed recharge or moved downstream for some other use, that would benefit those fisheries while it's passing through those regions. So that's the, we've thought about a lot of that stuff. Thank you for bringing that up. More so, I jump on what TJ said, that yeah, we have to think completely differently. And I really appreciate your acknowledgement and mention that, hey, we had to have a paradigm shift. And I think in my organization, Many Board Foundation, now talk about that organization, fisheries conservation, we've had complete paradigm shift, especially in the last 30 years, where traditionally, fisheries interests would think, oh, we're going to build another dam, that's even less water in the river. But I think we're at the point where we have to think about all of it collectively about, again, what problem are we trying to solve? What are the limiting factors? Let me give an example of a limiting factor in sturgeon recruitment downstream of Milner Dam. So in the reach between Milner Dam and down to Haven and so on. The limiting factor there is heat flow during the spawning season, which is like in May, June, and there's a threshold. If it doesn't reach that threshold, it's about what, 17,000 CFS, right? So I can see Fish and Game folks sitting back there just cringing. We're going to build more storage. We're going to take away that opportunity for sturgeon recruitment, right? Well, right now, if you're banking on sturgeon recruitment by just incidental flow, no, it's not going to happen. You're going to wait for that big water year and trying to get all that water in the right place for the right amount of time. It isn't going to happen. However, it doesn't have to happen every year, right? If you get a good sturgeon recruitment for what, once out of 5 years, 6 years, you could do that if you had some storage someplace upstream and a piece of that was devoted. Once every 6 years, you're going to run 17,000 CFS for 10 days through that reach. That could be done. Waiting around for it to happen on accident is just, that's not going to happen. So that's just one example of a problem that initially seems like it would get worse, but could be made actually better, more reliable with some additional storage. I just bring that up as an example, but I think it gets to the point of we all have to think completely differently than the way we have for the last, I can say 30 years that I've been in business and go down along with that. I think the days of the way we used to do things are over, and we all need to think of really creative stuff and big stuff to make a difference for all of these things.
Thank you. I have totally enjoyed this, and I've learned so much and appreciate all those important parts. As I look at this, I'm a software engineer. That's what my real job is. That's where I get paid. And it's got a roof over my head. In that job, we have a project. We look at how much money we have. We look at what are the milestones, what are our deliverables, So if this project's supposed to last 2 years, we know what the end result is. But to make sure that we're gonna make that end date, we have several milestones along the way. And how much money will be spent on each of those milestones? And what will we deliver? And as I look at that and look at where we're at today, I think that same concept needs to be applied here. I also serve as a senator, I serve on the JPAC committee, which is the committee that looks at all of the budgets, looks at all the money that's coming in, and then we divvy it out to the different places. And in our water users, we put out, for the Idaho water users, we put out 30 million ongoing. So in other words, unless something happens and something stops, right now that's geared up to pay out $30 million every year for the unforeseeable future. And so as we look at all the different options that we have talked about today, there are some low-hanging fruit and there are some very, very high ones that are going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of thinking outside the box to make it happen. But what I would love to see come out of that is I would love to see, starting at the year 2100 and work backwards. At 2100, we want to have 750,000 acre-feet of water resurface storage. When you do that and start working backwards and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Part of the success was in 2 to 3 years, we wanted to have our studies updated. We wanted to have everything ready to go. At 5 years, we wanted to have everything prioritized and put in the order in which we wanted to work it. Well, let's do that. Let's put a plan together that we all know, that it's transparent, we all know, and we can meet back off and say, yes, this is where we're at, or we're behind, or we're ahead of schedule, and where we're going, so that there are no surprises. Meeting with Chairman Jeff Raybould, you know, he made a statement to me that really kind of caught today as we were standing in line. He said, you know, the pioneers, they had it rough, but they've got all the good stuff. Now the bad, the hard stuff is left for us. We've got to figure it out. And I think we can do that. We've got some really smart people and a lot of technology to be able to figure out how to do that. But I think the challenge is that the easy things are done. Now we've got to figure it out. Thank you.
Well, let me just start here. We have, just to build on what's said, that paradigm shift also happened in the legislature. There are legislators who led the way and that led out on water. The money, those small, they were able to convince their colleagues of the problem. But of course, they don't care about Eastern legislators who live here. And so they were able to localize the water issues statewide to the point of that, well, I'm still stuck on your statement about the other side of the and those problems are later. And in 2024, we were looking down the barrel of shutting off 300,000 prime agricultural acres. And the devastation that that would have had for this region, for the state's economy, et cetera. That's a problem. We've got to get on top of. I think that and the emotion, involvement that created, we're dealing with people's livelihood. So it's no wonder we had good attendance with all those people. And I think we put that on track to work. It will continue to work as long as we all continue to talk to each other. And that means faster. Then, but I'll bring it up. Always the pocket. We talked about, and we passed over it in every conversation, and we sent 170,000 acres of water out together. Satisfy our part of the. We are in the renegotiation period of that. What we're doing, and
and we're offside mitigation, where the snake is offside. in many respects, there. So as we try to bridge to these storage projects that are at least, insert your double digit number here, they're at least that far out in getting major storage into our system. And if we don't do something in the interim, we'll dry up and blow away while we're waiting for the big stuff. And so next year, I mean, if we but this conversation has got to be expanded to all the stakeholders around the next Paris agreement. And we've got to have those basin-wide studies. There are things, if all the stakeholders are agreeing that what we're doing is not helping the bid, then just to re-up the agreement, it does not make sense to me. And so in my perfect world, if we're able to touch everybody's face adequately, then would that free up, that would free up X amount of water in the state, go to bridges to increase storage. And I know that I'm stepping on toes when I speak so broadly. But when I speak broadly like this, I'm also saying, bring me your issues. If we get all the issues on the table, then we'll be able to navigate a path. We can call it all the tools in the toolbox, and we can call it community. But we've got to get all of the issues on the table so we don't know when, so we don't step it. And I'm part of member of the step it. But let's get this conversation started, because we're shipping 170,000 acre feet of water every year out of the upper snake, and it's not healthy. Anyway, so that, I mean, I don't think we should fixate on that, but we have entered the renegotiation window of that federal agreement. Piece of that, I'm not naive to all of those. I think it's going to be hard to rebuild the system on that. It's also going to be very difficult to change the paradigm within that. But short term, there's wet water right there that is already being stored behind existing dam, and that can be used to ameliorate conflict. So I don't want to look over the and see 3,000 or 3,000 acres being in play, shut off. That's problem number one for me. I got to look out for our constituents. Keep them as we got to do that. Transition. And I'm frustrated. I don't have that answer. But what I do know is we gotta keep talking, and we gotta be able to put the skunk on the table in each one of these areas, so that we can isolate, so that we can see what we gotta do, so that find a way, like you all did last year, not definitely that was code, because we were. But we did good, and we can do good again. That's
Well, no, and I think you brought up a great point there about how there are water management practices that are in place now. I think it was acknowledged during some of the presentation and do basin-wide study, and you can get all this information, all this data, but in the meantime, that can become dated very quickly.
shut me off. What if we do a basin-wide study in the Clearwater, and we're able to find all of the issues keeping winter flows and streams alive longer with a first story and those streams, and we had these places that need 170 over here. That is a study that needs to be done. There's a lot of upland rehabilitation type things that the money that BOR is giving to stakeholders for spread the water that could be allocated to other projects. The problem is that it's all gonna fit. And we are not doing it. Maybe it'll great for other people. But there are things that we can do and couldn't be so held by the status quo that we don't go. But I think I saw it. That doesn't. Makes that more.
More with lieutenant governor. I think how we view what are the best things we can do for the one of those taking upper snake water and moving that down to lower. Or are there other things we can do in clear water and other drainages and habitat and do other things that can do the family fighting recovery and then utilize this water that we've been sending to the ocean to flow off in a way that it benefits.
No, and I think that these legal challenges, certainly that's what I and just trying to get projects off the ground. So list of things that have followed. So I mean, being just coming up with a great project doesn't seem to be the only thing we need to do about that. What people, they have different things that have come up with different conversations there. And as much as the panel, I think, doesn't want to answer this question, it's the most popular question, which is, there's no silver bullet, but what are projects we can do in the short term? This specifically says the Idaho Water Resource Board recommends. I would broaden this to anyone that has a short-term project that'll be a quicker alternative to some of the storage projects and stuff. So anybody that has a short-term project have
Well, the one that comes to mind for me seems like the low hanging fruit is expanding the cloud seeding program. In the upper snake. So from everybody I've talked to, you know, there's room for another airplane, room for more ground generator. The estimates I've heard are, you know, there might be another 500,000 acre per year available.
I mean, I'll talk about this, but in the short term, those projects are being implemented. So we've got projects for the program to expand the groundwater districts developing sites and their conversion project. Those have been going on for quite some time. So those are probably the types of projects that we can implement it very
You know, the board's looking at everything everywhere all the time. And we are looking to expand recharge. We are, with the caveat, trying to do it carefully, spending the money that the legislature and the government is giving us to solve these problems carefully, not getting carried away, spending too much money too little. So we continue to do that and will. We have funding available for conversion projects. We'll help on those. Enters around that in the fuel system. We're looking at aging infrastructure, which in its own way can provide some efficiency to allow water to go further. We got a lot of programs out there, and we're turning over every rock.
One other I didn't know, but as part of the settlement agreement, the public utility water program, groundwater farmers were required to limit how much water they put in the aquifer. So they are collectively pumping out about 11% less water. And they're changing their farming practices to allow that. Like drying up little corners, changing crops and grow.
changing the sprinkling practices, so less evaporation. Those type of help. But there are a lot of things to be done. Yeah, I guess I'll just jump in for Teton Valley, and we're a small part of the larger watershed that offer recharge through incidental recharge early in the spring. At the Teton River, we're also looking at other irrigation infrastructure projects like dual delivery systems that allow for incidental recharge earlier in the season, piping for later in the season, and these are the kind of projects that can both store water in the groundwater system and then preserve as late season stream flows for downstream users. So I think it's important to look at each smaller region and find out what the locus is. Get this, these are projects that are going on. Yeah, these are ongoing projects that we're working on, as well as things that we're looking at. Some of them have already occurred.
I guess looking in short term, again, talk about the Minidoka thing. We're not real quick one.
Got another question that popped up here. It looks like there was a couple different numbers that were presented in the presentation with regard to the acre feet available for storage. That was 750,000 acre foot number that Senator Cook reference and Dr. Routbeck reference 200 acre foot. I know just in some of the side discussions in that, but there's some reasons for the numbers and why they're moving. I just want to ask that to Senator Cook and Dr. Kirk, if you could explain what those numbers are, and I'll let you decide. It looks like there's a decision to us to move first on. Explain the disparity of the numbers.
Yeah, the question, how much water really is out there for storage? Take that number. So based on the calculations I did, saw that bar graph where in some years there was a very large amount of storage. 2011, for example, over 3 million acre feet that year alone. That's the year I think we could have filled the reservoir system we have twice. And then there were a whole bunch of years with a couple 100,000, maybe. Another year maybe with 800,000, another year with 1 million, a bunch more years with 100,000. So if you average those over the arithmetic mean, add all the numbers up, divide by how many there are, that number is just about for 750,000. That is the average flow that goes past Normal Dam. The problem is you need to store 3.5 million of that 1 year and then go 5 years with only 200,000 to achieve that average. The other number that I threw out there was roughly, if I remember correctly, 250,000. That's the median. So numbers don't consistent. The median is the number in the middle. So if we were looking at the last 25 years, half the years there's less than 250,000 that can be available, and then half the years there's more than 250,000 available. So when you looked at the average here from like an engineering design, looking at 250,000, that's what you can sort of reliably average here. That will not get you 750,000 unless you can also store 3 million acres in those big years. So that's and we, as I mentioned, I think the Water Resource Board went through a similar calculation when, and this is what, less than 10, 15 years ago, in developing and building out the where I did the analysis, roughly the same numbers, only have opportunities in the Upper Valley in half a year. When you do, it's big. You might have so, and You always have good amount and then go with the supply of the year drought. So the board invests heavily in that because it pays off. You build that infrastructure, you get to use it every year. Now we're at the point where what can we do, or can we do something to capture the 1,000,000 acre feet in the upper valley when it's available? And that's kind of the same calculation you have to do.
Like what he said, he's the professor, not me. But yeah, I say we capture when we can. You know, if it's 50% of the time, then let's capture what we can, hold on to it. When we've got an extra million, why don't we capture it and do what we can with it? And use it good. How we generate. Drinking water, as the population continues to grow, we need more drinking water. We need to know the Rexburg. He was concerned about that with the university going. But there's the low end fruit that we need to look at, and then look at these two projects. Getting money to come forward from the federal government, you're not going to build any dams without any federal assistance. And so those are some of those things that we need to stress that 100 fruit that we start now, looking that we're not going to be able to do that for maybe 50 years. At the same time, we're looking at CVs.
Well, and I appreciate your vision about how, you know, we gotta be looking. Because, I mean, this is really a problem that's gonna take a long time to solve. Also, we're gonna see changes over time, right? And so we need to be looking at newer technologies, things like that. I think that's a good segue. It brings us into that question about cloud seeding, which, you know, Chairman Raybould had raised this already, and the audience wants to know, there seems to be some controversy around cloud seeding that's been come about, perhaps in this legislative session. And some of the folks, well, majority of the folks want to know, why is there this push to outlaw it? How important is cloud seeding, and more importantly, how effective? So, who'd like to tackle this? What? See,
I guess, as I look at, oh, my boss is going, oh, no, me, okay, fine. Okay, so with the cloud seeding, to answer the first one with the controversy that's out there. The controversy is two-phased. One is we answer minimally 1 to 3 calls per week of people complaining about the lines that are in the site. I heard some loud out there. Anyway, the thing that we are getting across to those people, they are very adamant about their beliefs. Cloud seeding is not that. Actually, if we're doing cloud seeding, you're not going to see us because we are in clouds. We need specific clouds that have to have superficial water in it. We do it in mountain ranges. We have a lot of information on our website that is accurate and up to date about when we're cloud seeding and when we're not. So that is one group. Then there's another group out there that is concerned about the safety of cloud seeding. Again, there's a lot of stuff on our website. The board had a special board meeting. It was a cloud seeding committee meeting where had the experts come in and talk more about it. So I think a lot of the concern out there, we hear this a lot, but, you know, there's a lot of misinformation and misinformation. Now, as far as how effective it is, I'll be the first to say that one of the things about cloud seeding is it's been around for a long time, but the science is developing. It's just a few years ago that they got rock solid proof that, look, it works. We always thought it did, but it works. And in determining how much that we get from cloud seeding, all of the best estimates that we can do right now, it ranges in between 5 to 10%. Now, the science of that is always evolving. We're trying to get a better handle of that, but that's the best data that we have.
All right.
Wes is spot on. We are getting more calls from the public, and we are actually happy to receive those calls because it's absolutely fair for people to ask the clarification about what the state is participating in, what it's not participating in. And as Wes mentioned, I think there is a lot of the calls we're getting now are people who are assuming that some kind of cloud seeding is happening now, and it really only happens in the winter at high elevation. The intent is to augment the snowpack to augment water supply, and that's the only type of cloud seeding that the board participates in partnership with water users and the power and others. So I think this last year there was more attention given to it, not just in Idaho, but elsewhere. And it actually was a really good opportunity for us to look to what we're doing in terms of how we're publishing that information, making it available. We put a concerted effort into making sure the website is more robust. We're working with our partners to try and get more information so that it's more transparent. And that's not just for people who are concerned about it, but also everyone here who's contributing in some way to that, what we call the collaborative cloud seeding program, which takes place in the Blues and Wood and the Snake. So good conversations that we don't want to shy away from, but we definitely want to make sure the correct information is getting.
This question popped up. This one is some information. It's like no one knows that it's still going. Can that be qualified, or is it resolved?
It's a tough one. It's a
We'll
tough
we'll
one.
let Mike straighten it out. The Fremont-Madison Irrigation District held the repayment contract with people. I know there was litigation. I wasn't on the board at the time, before my time, but the irrigation district sued the OR for funding to rebuild the dam, and they lost that lawsuit. That's one of the things that's hanging out there, like there was an authorization for the dam to be there. That authorization hasn't been withdrawn. It's an issue that would probably have to be resolved. I can speak for Fremont-Madison. We don't plan on repaying. If we've got the space, let alone we don't.
Got a great question, Aaron. This one I think is it's asking, let's just say hypothetically that we get a new bill, dam bill. Let's go ahead and just say we ought to with the Teton Dam rebuild, several 100,000 acre feet of water going to be available. And the audience wants to know, well, what does that look like in practice? I mean, do you issue new water rights, and who gets to claim that water? What does that do with how we just from practical standpoint? What does that look like? How does that change administration? Or does it change?
Yeah, I'll start at least with the surface water right side of things. So any new storage reservoir that came into the system would have to have a new water right. A junior priority. We'd have to fill all the other senior water rights. Now, with that said, even though the water right may be there, that doesn't mean that it couldn't be beneficial in some years, even if it didn't fill. We have years where we have no spill, right? Like Rockford the draft. There are still a lot of water passing. If we have, let's see, water, that's a net benefit to the system by the time it comes to issue the storage allocation. Water available. Even though the allocation might not go to the water right, that's going to be a problem. If that water right fills, all in all, the net benefit. So that's how I can see administration working on surface water perspective. Be done just like any of the other board.
Well, just quick, if you can take 2025, that probably wouldn't have been flood control release if you'd have had another story. You didn't count water in, say, Teton, you had less in American Falls. You might not have spilled water past Milton. Now, that water was released for flood control. All of it except, I believe, 500 acre feet was recharged. So in this scenario, you'd have more water in surface storage and less water in. And that would vary from year to year. But that's the kind of flexibility you can build in. And it's, if you held the water up high, you'd have a little bit more room to manage your flood control. This is between Palisades and Merrill.
Is that gonna reduce opportunity?
Well, everything's gonna have to fill in priority, and that's gonna be a conundrum, because do we build this new surface storage? Or do we let the recharge water rights go to senior priority, divert the water and recharge it? So that'll be something that we have to wrestle with about how to manage the water supply. Where's it best to put the water when there isn't enough to go around? And we've always done that, first and right, first and home. And it would be difficult to do.
If this is a good question, folks, as far as impacts. Yeah, they have the same scenario. Yeah. What kinds of concerns do we have? There's been some chatter I've heard of folks about that zone, particularly with any zone, like there are ecological concerns. We just kind of speak a little bit to that at the weekend. What concerns and what things managed as that process is built. Yeah, I'll speak to that concern. So I guess to start with, Friends of the Teton River, part of our mission is to protect and conserve a thriving wild fishery in the Teton watershed. But the Idaho Fish and Game is the state agency that carries forward the actual management decisions to protect our fish and wildlife. And they very much listen to the people of Idaho to carry forward their management actions. In the Teton Canyon specifically, that is a very healthy and intact population of native Yellowstone cutthroat trout. There's currently only really 3 populations of those native Yellowstone cutthroat trout that are left, and then the snake, the South Fork of the Snake, and Yellowstone Lake, and then the Teton River watershed. And so undoubtedly, replacing that river system with a surface water reservoir would have a big impact to that population. Actually, today, employees from the Fish and Game and some FDR staff are out there doing population monitoring. And the Yellowstone cutthroat trout downstream of Canyon Creek, where the reservoir would be, have shown to be improving in numbers related to the conservation work in Canyon Creek and that tributary. And they're now at close to 1,200 fish per mile, I think, and they'll come up from 300 or so fish per mile like 10 years ago. So in general, that population of native fish in the canyon is a very healthy and seems to be holding its own against non-native competition with very little management. And that's something to be considered. Moving over in questions about headwater restoration projects, and how those might be factored. Types of projects that are
Simeon Caskey again from Headwaters Watershed Group. So while I can't speak personally from my work to this, I have a lot of colleagues that work in the National Forest, Wyoming Game and Fish, Trout Unlimited, and other organizations who are doing a lot of restoration projects in these high mountain watersheds, specifically using beaver dam analogs and other natural restoration natural basin restoration approaches. And the idea behind these is to look at what are often incised streams that don't access their floodplain anymore, or they don't access it as well. Building these beaver dam analogs, which is in some ways just really driving the posts into the ground and weaving branches and sticks. But what that helps do is actually slow the water down and get it to inundate the floodplain. And the idea is that when you have more water early season, that's inundating the floodplain, almost on a micro scale for what we've been talking about a lot today with groundwater recharge in the Sneaker Plain aquifer, is then that'll release later in the season when you have lower base flows. And so while I couldn't put a number on those projects or an acreage, but I know there are some practitioners in the room here. I know we have a lot in the upper watershed, and I can't speak to whether those have been quantified or not, but at least in terms of the amount of water storage that they're increasing. But I know that in the Snake Headwaters, for example, on any given year in the past 5 or so, there's probably been half a dozen to a dozen of these projects, addressing more like half a mile to a mile upstream per year, and more in the works.
Got well, maybe another question or two here. This question, next up on the list, it's referring to, it says, have the tribes been consulted on thoughts on water storage in Idaho? This person was surprised that they weren't present in town. I believe there was some invitations that were sent out to ask folks from show down that thing. Yeah, but just I guess to turn this into a question for discussion, I think it's been raised with Nesper's, but some of the other groups here, what role with the Shoshone-Bannock tribe, for example, about water discussions about water storage or
Well, not going to speak for the tribes at all. However, raising American Falls would be really problematic for the Shoshone-Bannock tribes. Aside from that, of course, the Shoshone-Bannock tribes have also happened with like first, and so anything that would potentially affect frog and
they cannot be left out. And so whoever's gonna tattle, don't take anything from this meeting that we would be in.
it's a there was some invitation. There actually anybody from the tribe represented today? Say, would you like to speak to that? Or?
An invitation was sent out. It was not sent out early enough for it to be accepted by the Tribal Business Council, who has to approve any representative to represent. So that was a fault of the planning committee. And so in the future, for folks who would like to invite a tribal council member, someone from the Water Commission to sit on the panel, please ask more than 7 days in advance.
I think it's clear that they certainly play an integral role in the discussion, and if we're going to be discussing certain projects, they absolutely have to be involved with that. And then finally, and this question I think is a good one to wrap up on. This one is dealing with low hanging fruit. That keeps coming up. Low hanging fruit. This one's specific to better management of flood control water as it relates to recharge. And if there's anything that currently is, or any practices or anything now that this committee or this work think of that we can take a look at to better manage our flood waters so that we can capture and recharge off them.
Sure. Yeah, there's a group of folks that have been talking about the need to update flood control rules for quite a while. A lot of the rules curves that are in place are old. They don't match the current climate as we have seen it in recent years that I just described. One year you have 3 million extra acre feet, and next year you have none to store. So, and Craig put it well, and Jeff also, that flood control is challenging. The Bureau of Reclamation uses the best forecasts. You implement rules, and sometimes you end up spilling more water at normal than is absolutely necessary if you have hindsight. So that's one thing I think that just revisiting, updating the flood risk management procedures for the current climate as we recently, not in 1950, might help flood control operations during the spring have a little bit more ability to project how much water is going to be where in the system, which could lead to less spill and more recharge if we had a little better forecasting and maybe updated rules. That seems to me at least like a low hanging fruit, if you will, can be done without building a new dam. For sure.
Okay, yeah, really flood control only causes a loss of water to the system to put the spill past. So there are many years where there's flood control at, let's say it's and as far as how flood control relates to the availability of recharge, really recharge becomes available once the spill starts to be, once there's this excess water spilling up in the system, then recharge is available. And really the only factor in that scenario is how much. I guess maybe another kind of nexus to this flood control question is flood control is so driven by forecasts. So a function of how much flood control space is needed is based on what the anticipated runoff is. And I think there are some new technologies coming in that could potentially improve forecasts. There's new technologies to measure snowpack, potentially from satellites, actually get snow water equivalent measurements from satellites. And then I know there's the Bureau of Reclamation done some presentations on using different types of AI models for forecasting. So if the forecasting piece could be improved, that could really help improve flood control operations.
I did. I've had the opportunity to work with 4 water ministers of water district, Ron Carlson, Lyle Swain, Tony, and Craig. And of those 4 water ministers, I admire all 4 of them. But as far as communication, Craig has done a better job of communicating with the water users and with the Bureau of Reclamation about getting the word out when we can turn on recharge. It's just a great experience to see how well the communication has been in the last few years. Thanks to Craig.
Okay, folks. Well, I think we're out of time for additional questions. Appreciate the audience, your questions in this panel. Thank you for all your insights and information. Greatly appreciate it. We're going to do a quick poll here on the Slido app. So if you want to open that up, we've got a poll question that's available for everybody. And it's asking you to rank the water options you would like to learn more about. And I want you to select the 3 options from the list below. We've got groundwater recharge, irrigation demand reduction, canal improvements, which include automated head gates, device settlements, compacts and agreements, and surface storage on the Henry's Fork, surface storage in the Teton drainage, surface storage in the Snake River headwaters, surface storage on the main stream of Snake River, Minidoka. Just take a minute and answer that poll, and that'll give us some better insight into what information and what topics and what this proposal is most interested in. With that, will you please join me in giving our panel another round of applause? And with that, we'd like to invite Chairman Raybould to give us some closing remarks. Chairman?
Okay, I'm gonna be quick. I think, this has been an excellent forum. I'm just gonna touch on a couple of things. Alan Jackson said something that caught my ear this morning. He was talking about, working out the 2024 settlement agreement. He said words to this effect: we learned about each other. And I know Farm Bureau organized a tour. They took people, groundwater users from Eastern Idaho, and took them down to Magic Valley to show them what was actually going on. That was surface water deliveries in the Magic Valley. And that helped a lot. I'm hoping that today we've all learned a lot from each other. There are a lot of different perspectives in the Sport Basin and the greater Snake River Basin, and they all have to be considered. And you learn anything serving on the water board is that there are a lot of people with a lot of different ideas about how you ought to be a steward of the waters of the state of Idaho. And we have to respect all of those opinions. And then we have to turn around and do what's best for the state. Rob Van Kirk did an excellent job talking today about our water supply, what we have to work with. And that kind of puts things into perspective about how much investment to put into recharge and into surface storage, into conversions, all the different programs that the water board is working to promote to utilize the water in the best fashion possible and not get carried away spending a whole bunch of money on something that probably isn't going to be that useful because of the irregularity of the extra water that we have available. The basin study, we've got to do it. The water board's ready to lead out on that. We think it's going to be a little bit different than basin studies of the past because reclamation's changed. Reclamation doesn't have the staffing that they used to have. Things are different at Reclamation. Reclamation's working through how they're going to organize themselves and what services they're going to be able to offer to space holders and the water user community in general. And we look forward as the Idaho Water Resource Board are working with Reclamation and seeing our way through that and seeing what we can do to take some of the load off of Reclamation's shoulders to move this basin study ahead efficiently and as quickly as possible. The other thing that I wanted to visit about just for a minute is in the last few years, we've heard a lot about the disputes about water between groundwater and surface water. And I kind of felt like the brush got painted, it was East Idaho against the Magic Valley. And that's not the case. This is a real big problem about how we manage the aquifer and what the consequences of how we manage the aquifer impact those return flows, those base flows that come back into the river in Blackfoot and Minidoka. And we all need to work together to recognize that. It impacts all of us. It impacts my livelihood if I'm selling alfalfa to a dairy down in southern Idaho. They've got to be able to have water to take care of their cattle. And here in Eastern Idaho, we've got to have water. We've got to figure out how to keep those acres under production. It means a lot to the economy of the state of Idaho, to the tax base, to the taxing monies that we have available for our schools and for our roads and everything else that happens here in the state. So we try to take care of all of that for everybody, and we do that in the best way that we know how with the water. We're always happy to receive input, and we get quite a bit of it, actually. I think Wesley and Cynthia touched on that a little bit about cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is something that we can do that will give us additional water. I'm convinced that it's safe, that we do get extra water from cloud seeding. And it's one of those things that we can continue to tap in and expand that will help supply the additional water that we need for this growing population. And I think with that, I'll conclude. I want to thank both the Henrysburg Watershed Council and the Eastern Idaho Water Rights Coalition for putting this together. I think it's been a day well spent for all of us who've been. Thank you.